51. Zinker's opinion about Jesus' teaching. Zinker thinks here a little and says after a while, "Dear friend, against such teaching, although somewhat risky, cannot be said anything. It is as if there is a God who looks a little like the mortals, apparently of a divine nature. There were, in fact, also other great wise men who founded the principle that love is the basic germ of all life, and that man should maintain love the most, since only out of love can blossom any salvation for man. But they did not explain the pure being of love. But love has as many good sides as bad sides, and in the end you don't know which side of love you should maintain to bring salvation. But here it is clear as sunshine which kind of love man should maintain and make it his life principle. Therefore, such a teaching can, of course, originally not come from any person, but only from God, and proves, among others, that God, in fact, exists. Now, I'm very grateful to you, my dear, completely unfamiliar high friend. Even if you are a heathen, because you did me, and also to my friends who have not fallen on their heads, a great service. We all were more or less without God. But now it at least appears to me that we have found the lost God again, which is very gratifying and pleasant for me. John also went through a lot of trouble to convince me about the existence of an eternal God. But he did not succeed in this matter. I knew how properly square up with him, and he could not resolve my doubts, and as such I got stuck in my old doubts until this very moment. But suddenly all my doubts came to an end. Strange. Yes, it is so. If somebody does not find the right door in a maze, he will not get to the palace of the king, who has built his permanent residence in the middle of the large maze. But you have showed and opened me the right door, and it is thus easy to enter the big and eternal king's palace soon. Be so kind and also tell me where you were so very fortunate to meet with the great man. Surely he is no magician, but a person equipped with higher powers of God, since this proves his truly divine teaching. Tell me thus where you have spoken to him. I myself want to go there and listen to such living words of salvation out of his mouth. I said, just stay here. After a short course of the preceding discussions, you will find him by yourself. It is also already an hour after midday. Our good landlord Marcus is also ready with the midday meal, and it will be served straight away. But after the meal, we will find plenty of time to talk about all kind of things. You stay at our table. Your 29 companions, however, can sit at the table next to our table. Marcus now serves the food. When the food was on the table, Zinker became aware of the fact that so many large tables, being served by just a few people, were at once fully laden with food and wine mugs. He, Zinka, asked Ebal, who was sitting next to him, by saying, "Friend, kindly tell me, how so many large tables could all at once be served with such a mass of food, and this by only a few people? Truly, I am in the highest degree astonished by it. I'm on the verge to point out that things are not quite naturally around here. Does the old innkeeper in all secrecy have serving spirits who assist him with such tasks?" Said Ebal, "You might not have paid proper attention while quite deepened in your conversation, in which time, without being specifically noted by yourself, all the tables could easily be served with wine and food. I myself have not paid any attention to it, but it surely would not have taken place in an unnatural manner." Said Zinka, "Friend, believe me, no matter how deeply involved in any discussion, nothing will happen around me without me noticing it. And I know it very specifically, that a few moments ago not one breadcrumb was on any of the tables. And now all the tables are bending under the load of all the food. Allow me. For any person with heart and mind, a question will be permitted, particularly if one is a foreigner. It does not matter any more if someone gives me an explanation or not. Nevertheless, I stand by it, that things are not at all quite natural around here. Look at my 29 companions who discuss the same point among each other. Only all of you, who probably have eaten quite a few times here, are indifferent about the whole story, because you know what is happening. But it doesn't matter. Later on, I will get behind this secret. '52. Zinka and the Food Miracle. After that, Zinka, who is a very big man, stands up and looks at all the tables, which of course were packed with bowls full of the best prepared fishes, and with bread loaves and with many mugs and jugs of the best wine. And he also notices that all the guests already engaging passionately, without one noticing that the food becomes less. In short, our Zinka, the longer he keeps observing, the more he becomes dumbfounded, so that in the end he starts to feel dizzy. Only a strong appetite and the good smell of the food require him to sit down and start eating. Ebal puts the best and largest fish in front of him and adds that this is one of the most noble species of the Sea of Tiberias. Since this was the name of the large bay in the Sea of Galilee around the quite large surrounding of Caesarea Philippi. Zinka eats the fish with increasing zeal, because it tastes outstandingly to him. At the same time, he does not spare the honey-sweet tasting bread, and he diligently greets the full mug, which does not want to become emptier, just as he is not able to finish the fish, although eating it with a healthy appetite. As it goes with him, it also goes with his companions. They wanted to become rather joyful and cheerful and very much talkative. But the continuously growing amazement about the rare phenomena at the meal does not allow them any time for that. Because these are phenomena which they have never experienced before. Therefore, they are already full as it should be. Nevertheless, the good taste of the fish, bread, and wine tempts them to keep on enjoying the food. But also this they do not understand where this is coming from. Finally, Zinka asks Cyrenius and urges him to tell him what this is all about. But Cyrenius answers and says, "If the meal is over, the time has come to talk about a few things. But for now, eat and drink according to your heart's desire." Says Zinka, "Friend and my high lord and master, in my whole life I was never a gourmet. But if I will be around you for much longer, then I certainly will become one. I just don't understand why I keep eating and drinking. I am full and my thirst is satisfied. Nevertheless, I still can keep on eating and drinking. And the wine is better and more spiritually than any I have ever tasted before. But it is of no use. I just don't get intoxicated. I still stand by it, that things are not natural around here. Among this large crowd there must be a great magician, and performs hereby a sign with his inconceivable miracle strength. Or we are close to this great prophet, which I have searched for with my 29 companions. If this would be the case, then I submissively ask you to let us 30 go wherever you want us to go, or you have to bind us again. Since if we would meet with the prophet coincidentally, we would be forced to lay our hands on him because of our heavy oath to Herod. It would be of no use to us. However, for the sake of the oath we had to dare, even if it means our downfall." Says Cyrenius, "What? Where does this come from? Where and in which law is it written that an evil, coerced and damned oath should be upheld? Your oath is already nullified because you and your 29 companions are my prisoners. From now on it means you have to do what I and my subordinate generals will order you to do, and forever not what your stupid Herod instructed you to do. You are released from your evil oath for all time and for everlasting. If the great prophet came from somewhere into our midst, nobody of you dare to touch him with only one finger. But who still wants to do it for the sake of his silly oath will learn the heaviness of the Roman seriousness." My friend Zinka, because of your truly intelligent remarks, I previously regarded you as a quite wise person. But by this last statement of your mind, you have lost quite a lot of points with me. Was the former then only a pretense of yours? Says Zinka, No, certainly not, High Lord and Master. I and all of us think and want exactly what we have thought, wanted and spoken earlier. However, you must recognize that one under such phenomena, as they occurred here and are still occurring, as a person of some intelligence start to make large eyes, and in the end become somewhat embarrassed and confused in his thoughts, will, words and actions. If I ever had seen something similar, I surely would also behave as quietly like all of you. My wise neighbour nearly was not finished saying that the midday meal will be served, and see, within a few moments the table started to bend under the load of the food and drinks. It is possible for some kind of artificial apparatus to exist, whereby such work can be completed a little faster than normal. But that fast? Certainly, no mechanical device would be sufficient. In short, you can tell me what you want, but I stand by it and say, this was either extraordinary magic or a perfect miracle. You, high friend and Lord, can easily stay calm because you surely know the reason of it. But with us, it is an entire different case. Just look at the fish which I'm still eating. I have eaten from it already more than enough, and still by a wide margin the bigger half is left. I'm completely full, but can still keep on eating. Here is my mug from which I already have drunk easily a full measure. And look at it. The level of the wine is hardly 3 fingers below the top. Yes, as a thinking man, one cannot take this completely indifferently, as if this was, so to speak, nothing. I'm your prisoner here and cannot demand an explanation from you regarding this miraculous phenomenon. But I can ask you for it, do I? Therefore, I was asking you, but you told me to wait. To wait would be all right, if instead of an eagerly learning soul, a dead rock was nursing its sluggishness in me. But my soul is no rock, but an always light-thirsty spirit. His thirst cannot be satisfied with a cool, refreshing drink, but an explaining word that comes out of the mouth of a spirit who already drank. You have this ethereal drink in abundance, and are filled up to the neck with it. But me, the diligent thirsty, you do not want to dribble one drop of your abundance onto my burning tongue. See, this is what bothers me most and confuses my senses. If I, under these circumstances, become a little confused, can you, high friend, be astonished by it? However, nothing more about all this. I already became quite annoyed by myself about the whole issue and will leave this miracle on the side. Man should not know everything, and do not need to know everything. For the necessary acquisition of the daily bread, man does not need to learn, to experience, and to know much. A real fool if he tries to strive beyond it. Therefore, keep on drinking and eating, while still something is left. If I'm not allowed to know something, I rather don't want to know anything at all. Since what one wants oneself, one can easily endure. Only the foreign will is for each honest soul heavy to digest. From now on, you can be at ease, to ever be bothered again with a question from me. With these words, Zinka felt silent, ate quietly his fish, and took with it bread and wine. Also his companions did likewise, and took very little notice about what happened around them, or what has been said. '53. Thirst for knowledge. Secretly, Cyrenius asked me what should be done with this person. But I said, quite a lot. They still will become quite strong tools for us. But now they need a little rest, and this is why I let them fall into this indifferent state. Believe me, a soul who becomes thirsty for a higher knowledge once does not so easily falls into full sluggishness. With such a soul, it is the same as with a young engaged man who is dead seriously in love with his chosen maiden. But the maiden, since she is a maiden but not an honourable young woman, takes it with the love of her betrothed a lot easier and thinks by herself, if it's not him, there are many others. But after a while, the fiancé gets to know this, and his heart becomes sad. Full of annoyance and fury, he decides very seriously to never again think about the disloyal, loose girl. But the more he tries to forget about her, the more he thinks of her, and secretly he wishes that all the bad things which he heard about the maiden by foreign mouth are pure lies. Finally, he sees the maiden in company of someone else. Secretly, he wants to explode because of his rage, and with all force tries to forget about the disloyal girl. But then real, glowing, hot thoughts start to trouble him, so that no other healthy thought can exist alongside. Day and night he finds no rest or sleep. He sighs and often cries bitterly and curses the disloyal girl. Yes, why all this? Didn't he seriously decide not to think about the non-worthy anymore? During his torture, a good friend comes to him and says, "Friend, you are doing your fiancée a little injustice. See, with her ostensible carelessness, she only wanted to test your love. Since she knew and had to know that she was only a poor maiden, while you are stuck in wealth. She hardly comprehended the possibility that you ever wanted to take her as a proper wife. She regarded your promised love more than half as a prank, and thought to put you a little to the test. If you really love her as your words say, before giving you her hand. Since too often the poor maiden made the sad experience that such rich youth as you are only playing a loose game with the poor maiden. But your maiden has now realized that you are serious about her, and loves you therefore more than you ever could believe. Since the time she gave her love to you, she wasn't disloyal in her heart to you. Now you know, blind fanatic, where you stand with her. Do now what you want. Do you, Cyrenius, think that the deeply hurt lover still does not want to see and hear anything from the poor but most beautiful maiden, as he decided a while ago? Oh, by no means! The words of his friend were most appreciated by him, and he couldn't wait for the moment in which he could give his hand to his fiancée forever. And the same will happen to our Zinka. He eats and drinks as if not bothered by the miracles anymore. But within, he is now much more active with it than ever before. Therefore, no worry. I know all the people and know everything that takes place in their hearts. In addition, the steering of feelings in the heart are done only by me. Where it is necessary, I know what I have to do. Let us therefore be cheerful and eat and drink what has been placed in front of us, since for this afternoon we need a little more bodily strength, and will only late tonight have our evening meal. All are now quite cheerful and glad, and many praise God the Lord. A few even started to sing. However, except for Hermy, there were no good singers present. He was asked by a few that he should sing something. But he was quite hesitant, since he was afraid for the criticism of the good-hearing Romans, and therefore he had to be asked several times. But he, Hermy, said, "My friends and lords, to God our Lord I sing a song in my heart. The Lord of Israel listens to it, probably with pleasure. If I would sing the same song loudly to your ears, you would not like it because of a perhaps few impure tones. This would then fill me with embarrassment and annoyance, which would not be good for me nor for you. Therefore I rather not sing the song of my heart loudly, but very quietly in my heart. To whom it is dedicated certainly understands it." I said, "You are right, Hermy. Just keep on singing in your heart. This kind of singing sounds in the ears of God a lot more pleasant than a loud, pointless noise by which only the carnal ear is tickled, while in the meantime the heart remains cold and untouched." However, when occasionally also sung outwardly, it should only be done if the heart is to such an extent overfilled with the feeling of love that it must get some air through the voice of the mouth, to, so to speak, not suffocate because of the too mighty surge of love for God. Then, of course, even the outwardly singing will please God. But it should be sung with a pure voice which elevates the soul even more. Because an impure and not melodious voice is like murky marsh water poured on a blazing flame. Everyone can think for himself what the result will be. When I gave this explanation about singing, the charming Jara said to me, "But Lord, how would it be, since we are sitting so cheerfully together, if Raphael would sing something for us?" I say also jokingly to her, "Ask him about it. Perhaps he will do you a favour by doing something like that." I, of course, will not say or have anything against it. Jara immediately grabs Raphael and urges him that he should sing something. And Raphael says, "You, of course, do not have any idea how we are singing, but this I tell you up front, that you will not be able to endure my voice for very long, since it will and must sound too affecting, because it is built out of two pure elements. Your flesh cannot endure the sound of my voice. If I sing to you for a quarter of an hour, you will die due to the charm of the sound of my voice, which cannot be compared to anything on this earth. Ask me now if you, most charming, want to hear me singing, and I will sing. But what the effect of my singing will be on your flesh, I nearly cannot predict." Says Jara, "Sing at least one single tone, It surely will not kill me. Says Raphael, Good. So I will sing one single tone to you, and all who are here should listen to it, and also those who live quite a distance from here, so that they should investigate which sound they have heard. But I must prepare myself a few moments for it. However, be steadfast for it, since also this single tone will have an immense effect on you. '54. Raphael sings. These words are of course also heard by our Zinka, and he asks Ebal, who sits next to him, Is this lovely boy really such a capital singer? Have you listened to him before? Says Ebal, He says it. I have heard him many times speaking, but never heard him singing before, and I'm therefore also very curious about his single tone. Says Zinka, From where is he, and who is this girl? Ebal answers, The boy is staying in my home in Gennesareth, and the girl is my lovely daughter. She is only 15 years old, but has the whole script in her head and in her heart. And also the boy, and he is for the time being a teacher in my house. I know him thus very well. But that he is also such an amazing singer, up to this hour I didn't know one syllable about. I'm therefore now very curious about his single tone. When Ebal has said this, Raphael said, Now listen and pay attention. After that, many heard, like from far away, a very faint, but such indescribable purest tone, that all became enraptured, and Zinka exclaimed with great enthusiasm, No, no earthly singer sings like that. Only a god can sing like that, or at least an angel of God. But the tone became increasingly stronger, fuller of life and mightier. In its peak strength, like coming from 1,000 trombones, it sounded like a quad sext according in d-moll, reaching from the small octave stroked in between with the repetition of the octave, decreased after that, and in the end was lost again in a weakest A's stroked in between of a never-heard purity. From this single tone all were to such an extent enraptured that their sensory life was in a way numbed, so that they fell into a kind of unconsciousness. Upon a sign from me, the angel had to waken them again. All woke up as from a most blissful dream, and Zinka, full of enthusiasm, stormed to Raphael, embraced him with all his strength, and said, Boy, you are not a mortal. You are either a god or an angel. Yes, with such a voice you must be able to wake up the dead and enliven all stones. No, no, no. Never ever have any mortal on the whole earth heard such more than heavenly sound. Oh, you more than heavenly boy! Who taught you to produce such sound from your throat? Oh, I'm completely gone. All my life fibres are still trembling from the indescribable beauty and purity of this single tone. It didn't seem to me as if you produced the unheard most pure tone from your throat, but it rather gave me the impression as if all heavens opened and a harmony out of the mouth of God was poured over the dead earth. O God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, you are not an empty, articulated sound from a mouth. You are the only truth and the most pure, eternal harmony. Oh, this tone, this tone! Yes, this tone gave me everything lost. It gave me back my God, my holy Creator and Father. It was for my soul a purest gospel from the heavens. What perhaps thousands and again thousands of words could not have achieved was caused by this single tone from the heavens. It perfected a person in me. My formerly stone heart is like wax in the sun, and so tender feeling like a hanging dewdrop. O John, whose death I had to announce with a most broken heart! If you had heard such tone in your last moments of your earthly life, verily, the death of your body would become a bright lighted gate to the heavens of God. But inside the dark dungeon, which held you, holy man of God, captive, only tones of wailing, suffering, and grief could be heard. O people, people, people! How evil and how dark it must look like inside your poor souls, which have not heard what I just heard, and could not feel what I have just felt, and will feel for the rest of my life. O you, great, Holy Father in heaven, if one day I have to part from this grieving and deathly world, for a few moments, let me again listen to such a tone, and most blissful I shall leave this earth, and thereupon my soul shall praise your most holy name forever. '55. Relation with God by the inner word. After this beautiful exclamation of Zinka, deeply uplifting the souls of all present, Jara said, "Oh, Raphael, Raphael, what completely different being are you now than you were before? You completely broke my heart. Oh, you rather should not have sung the tone." Said Raphael, "Why did you urge me to do it?" "I did not want to do it anyway, but since I cannot take the tone back any more, it does not matter so much. Think that in the heavens of God everything must resemble this tone, so that in future you even more seriously will strive to organize your life in such a way that it resembles this tone in all its appearances, effects, and facilities. Whose life does not resemble this tone will not enter the kingdom of the eternal and purest love. Since the tone you heard is a tone of love and a tone of the highest wisdom in God, just remember this very well and act so that you completely resemble the tone, and you will become just in all love and wisdom before God, who has chosen you as a bride of heavens and has therefore made me your guide. But what happens here happens before God and before His heavens. But it does not happen for this world, because it never will be able to understand this. Therefore, the world will only learn very little or even absolutely nothing about this, and will also not learn anything about this tone. Look at the people at the other tables, how they judge differently and even quarrelling. But let them judge and quarrel among each other. Nevertheless, even collectively they will not bring forth anything, since the worldly mind can never understand this. The Lord stays here already for several days, but tomorrow it will be the last. What will happen afterwards, nobody knows but only the Lord. Therefore, fill your heart with all love and meekness, and keep covertly in your heart the special and extraordinary things which you have heard and seen here. Since to retell this to the worldly people means to throw the most noble and largest pearls to the pigs, which is to no use of the world people. All this you must remember and act accordingly, so that you can become a useful tool in the hands of the Lord in heaven and on earth. Have you taken note of everything? Says Jara, "Oh, dearest Raphael, surely I have noted everything, but it is not really very pleasant, what you just have told me, namely the departure of the Lord from here, which you have announced for tomorrow. You know how much and how above all I love Him. What will happen to me if I can't see Him any more, or listen to Him, or speak to Him?" Says Raphael, "You will be doing very well, even if you can't see Him. You will be able to always listen and talk to Him, since if you ask Him in your heart, He will also answer you in your heart. See, what is it we have to do? I am now, as you can see, here. But if the Lord wants it, I immediately must go from here to a most faraway world, and stay there for as long as it is necessary according to the order of the Lord. Believe me, that we from the personal presence of the Lord are quite often very far away, but not from the spiritual presence, since there we are always in God, just as also God is in us, and executes His never measurable great deeds. Who truly loves God the Lord is continuously with God and in God. And if he wants to hear or know something from God, he must ask Him in his heart. And through the thoughts of the heart, he will immediately receive the fullest answer. And in such a way, every person can always, in all things, be taught by God. From this you can see that it is not always necessary to see, to be blessed in the Lord, but only to hear and to feel. And you have everything, what is required to be truly blessed in God. See! Also, I will not always be visible around you, but you only have to call me in your heart, and I will be with you and will answer you through your heart. By, however, very quietly, but nevertheless very clear, perceptible thoughts. If you have received them, then think that I have breathed them into your heart. You will also recognize them and see that they have not grown on your own ground. But if you have recognized them, act accordingly. since to only know what is right and good, and what pleases God, is not sufficient. Yes, by far not sufficient. Also not, even if one had the only most decisive and biggest appreciation for the teachings out of the heavens, however, could never with absolute seriousness decide to act accordingly in all and everything what is prescribed by the teachings coming from the heavens. Therefore it says, to properly hear the teachings, to properly recognize it, and then to properly act accordingly. Without the strict execution of the teaching, nothing remains, and nothing is going to happen. '56. Taking care of the heart. Raphael. You know, my dearest Virgin Jara, when the Lord was staying in Gennesareth, He Himself taught you all kinds of gardening cultures. He taught you all kinds of useful plants, showed you how they must be cared for, and how to use them. He made a little garden for you and planted it with all kinds of useful plants, and told you of each one in particular what form it will have, how it grows, when and how it will blossom, what fruit it will bear, for what they are good for, how one can enjoy them, and how one can store a rich harvest so that it does not go bad. In short, the Lord Himself gave you the necessary lessons how your garden should be maintained. Now, you had a very great joy about it. Would the joy on its own already be sufficient? Would the garden have brought you any fruit of the blessing without the actual diligent maintenance? Because of your great pleasure and because of your joy about the teaching out of the mouth of the Lord, nothing would be growing in your little garden, except some weed. Since you diligently put your hand to it according to the teaching, your little garden soon started to blossom into a little earthly paradise, and you can look forward to make a proper harvest from your little garden. And see now, likewise is also the heart of every person a little garden. If one diligently maintains it according to the teaching out of the mouth of the Lord, and does not shy away from any trouble to turn everything one has heard into action, one will soonest possess enough blessing and enough mercy out of the heavens in one's own heart, so that one in the end for the soul and spirit can live out of one's very own means, and will not all the time require our advice and our help. Since this is what the Lord wants to achieve with man, namely that he becomes a completely independent citizen of the heavens, according to the eternal, unchanging order of God. Who has achieved this, has in fact achieved everything. Did you, dearest Jara, understand this all quite well? Are you getting a little familiar with the purest tone which I have sung to you? Said Jara, "Oh, now so well and so clear, like the purest sun on a bright, cloudless midday. Your words gave my heart a mighty consolation, and I will also raise them to full action, so that they become for me the most joyful and blissful truths of life. To teach me and to see to it that the teaching is turned into full action should not be the most difficult task of life for you. But will also all the other people do what you have so loyal and truthful advised me to do? Said Raphael, worry firstly only about yourself. The others will be provided for by the Lord. '57. Zinka inquires further. Of course, Zinka did not only heard part of this teaching, but everything. And he asked Ebal, whom he probably trusted most, by saying, "Friend, this strange youth, who just now let us hear a tone out of the heavens, and who gave your daughter a strange mystical kind of teaching, in such a way, openly said, that I have never encountered something similar before, looks to me as if he does not completely belong to this earth like us. Tell me if it is not him, about whom my John regarded himself too unworthy to loosen his shoelaces. He just looks too young to me, because he is supposed to be in his 30s already." Says Ebal, "Dearest friend, the youth is indeed not him, but rather a main disciple of him. I must openly confess to you that the prophet from Nazareth possesses such power and wisdom that there are even, as one might say, angels from heaven coming down to earth, to listen to his teachings and to admire his deeds and to praise the almightiness of God in him. As proof of my statement serves very much this youth, of whom you don't know what you should make of him. As an earthly person, he is in fact a little too heavenly, and as an angel he perhaps looks a little too earthly. He lives already for 1 moon with me, and is the educator of my daughter. That he does not have a father or mother on earth and possesses a power in all things, which is simply fabulous, you can believe me rock solid. A further genealogy I cannot give you. By the way, you can talk to him yourself, and he will not keep you waiting for an answer. In his whole being there is no haughtiness. Says Zinka, I know enough, and know for what I should take him during these extraordinary times. But now I want to know if this great prophet from Nazareth is not among us. Because without him I will forever not understand what a, so to speak, angel must do. Since according to your explanations, he must be a complete divine being. Therefore, just show me by means of an only very slight sign if he is there and who he is. Ebal says, Dearest friend, just be a little patient. You will get to know him. But this much I can tell you to your bigger reassurance, since you are not a henchman or catcher anymore, that he is actually among us. Otherwise, the high-ranking Romans would not be here. Says Zinka, also enough. I do not need more. Now I will find him. With that, our Zinka was satisfied. but already paid very close attention and did not took his eyes off Cyrenius, Cornelius, and from the angel, since he was of the opinion that they would betray me soonest. But he was, of course, a little mistaken, since I immediately had put it into their hearts what they had to say and in which direction they should steer Zinka's attention. The session was also adjourned and the tables were cleared, and we went to the shore and talked there about less important matters. Zinka and his companions, of course, kept a close eye on us. '58. Raising the two drowned girls. But during our walk up and down the shore of the sea, we came to the place where our Risa cared about the two drowned persons and waited for them to become alive again. Cyrenius said to him, "Now, friend Risa, does the two already start to show very faint signs of life?" Said Risa, "High Lord, every effort is pure in vain. Those two surely getting more dead instead of alive. For them every effort and further treatment is in vain. Only the omnipotence of God can make them alive again. Putting them in this way or that way, or pouring wine into their mouth, are of any use." I said, "Is this your opinion?" Says Risa, "Lord, just look at the blue spots and smell the already quite advanced process of decay, and you yourself will agree with me that those two will only become alive again by the omnipotence of God on Daniel's judgment day." At this point also Zinka pushed forward, since he was quite knowledgeable about dead people, if they were really completely dead, and looked at both drowned persons. After completing his examination, he said, "The friend was speaking the truth. Those two have to wait until Judgment Day in their complete state of death, provided that there ever will be one on this earth. What is difficult for me to believe, since I know what will become of such a heap of meat. Moths, worms, flies, beetles, all kind of grass and other plants. How many are torn and eaten by wild beasts? How many die in a fire? Will all this, just like that, come together again on Judgment Day, like it is now? Because then I will completely give up to be a human forever. I, Zinka from Jerusalem, knowledgeable in many things, state here that on the supposedly coming Judgment Day, even the omnipotence of God will take its time when it comes to reviving those two female heaps of meat. It will give to their souls a new spiritual body, but in those two bodies no soul will be bothered with a headache any more." I say to Zinka, "Friend, you know a few things and quite often you hit the nail on its head. But in this case, strictly speaking, your blow is a little off the mark. You are quite right that the soul in the beyond will never again walk in this body. But those two bodies should at least for some time become useful carriers for their souls. If I want it, those two must awake again. One of them will even become your quite fertile wife, and you will love her beyond measure. The other should become the wife of the still single Risa, but he will not wake a fruit in her. After that, I call both drowned, and in a moment they stand up and look very surprised around themselves, and cannot grasp where they are and what happened to them. But Risa and Zinka fall on their knees before me, and Zinka calls, "It is you, which John has announced. But you are not a prophet. You are Jehovah himself." During this awakening scene, also the Persians who were still with us, and the known Shabby, came closer, and Shabby said to Zinka, "This time you have, as I feel it, judged correctly." "Yes, it is like that, friend. This is Jehovah." And the youth, who let us hear this heavenly tone, is an archangel. Actually the same who already has guided the young Tobias on this earth. This is how things stand. This is the great Messiah who has been prophesied by all the prophets and seers, and with him starts a new, spiritual kingdom on this earth. It is him that many will become annoyed about and want to attack him and do with him what Herod did to John. But all who will do that will shatter at his power and become stupid and blind like the darkest night before his wisdom. Since the earth has never carried his likeness in its flesh. What I tell you in the name of my 20 companions, I tell you without shyness, since from now on I do not fear the world any more, because I got acquainted with him, who is the only one to fear from all those who would and will raise against him. Oh, he will thoroughly examine the sinners, and 1,000 times woe to the sinners. He will fight nobody with the sword in his hand, but the power of his word will judge and destroy them. About the power which lies in his words, you still have the completely naked truth in front of you. These 2 maidens were completely dead, so that nobody could raise any doubts about it. He only said, "Stand up." And the 2 stood up and are living now like newborn, revived and healthy, and have a perfect, clearest consciousness. It would only be nice if the 2 dear creatures could get dressed. But I know what I will do. Among the Persians are a few women who carry a triple set of clothing with them. Each one can contribute 1 dress, and these 2 can be helped. "59. The life story of the 2 girls. Here Shabby turned to me and asked if he may do this. I said, "Oh, just carry on. Nobody has ever sinned before me by performing a good deed. Go and let the 2 get dressed." And Shabby went, and within a few moments he returned with 2 sparkling white coloured shirts of the finest silk, and with 2 sky-blue dresses of the finest cashmere, as well as 2 pairs of the most expensive festival sandals with long, silk-lined ribbons. The 2 newly awakened were also given 2 diadem-like combs and golden forehead braces, decorated with precious stones. However, they refused to accept the jewellery, which they regarded as too valuable. But I said, "If I want it, just take what has been given to you, because it is fitting for brides to be adorned. After that, the two also accepted the jewelry, and after being dressed and adorned and standing there as two daughters of a king, they showed a great and thankful joy. But while standing in front of us in radiating beauty, Zinka said, "No, no, this is again a miracle. When I looked at them when dead, they looked like two women in their 40s, and their shrunk shapes did not show any special sign of beauty. Even after being miraculously awakened, nothing in particular was showing. And now they have become two beauties, like my eyes have never seen something similar before. Now they are two maidens not counting more than 20 years. Yes, this is also a miracle of miracles. Where is the young Herodias now? Now, if Herod would see one of them, and she would insist on it, for the love of her, he would let all Jews be beheaded. Should I, poor sinner, really be worthy of the mercy to take one of those two angels as my wife? Then Jerusalem would never ever see me again. Since this would be such a bait for Herod and also for all the other many holy men of the city of God. Says Cyrenius, if those two miracle children do not have proper parents anymore, or if the actual parents have lost any right to them because the intervention of death, they will become my daughters and will receive from me a proper trousseau. Says the older one of the two, called Gamiella, both of us are, strictly speaking, without parents, and those we called father and mother should basically not be close relatives of us. We came as little children of 2, and I 3, into the house of a Greek merchant, who only later converted partially to the Jewish belief. According to the testimony of an old maid, we have been brought by a slave trader from Sidon to Capernaum, and bought by the said merchant, who we called father, for 5 pigs and 3 calves and 8 sheep. The seller also gave the merchant a document in which our names and the names of our real parents are written. Our real parents are supposed to be Romans of very high parentage. How much of it is true, we don't know. But the trip on which we had the accident, we undertook secretly with the aim to learn the full truth from a relative of our false parents who lives in another place, if we are the actual, or in fact are only bought daughters of our parents. But then we fell into the hands of the evil pirates, have been robbed of everything we took with us, had been undressed. Despite our begging, we have been tied together by the hair and thrown alive into the deep sea. What happened after that with us, we don't know, and also not how we came to this completely unfamiliar place, and who gave us back our lives, since we must have been dead when we were found after being washed ashore by the sea at some shore or beach. Where are we actually now? And who are you good and marvellous people? "60. Cyrenius recognizes his daughters. Says Cyrenius, only a little patience, my dearest children and daughters. Your name is Gamiella, "And what is the name of your younger sister?" Says the younger one, "My name is Ida. This is how I was always called." At that point, Cyrenius embraced me and said, "Lord, yes, how should I thank you? O God, O Father! In this way you have given me back my 2 dearest daughters, which were taken away from me by the cheekiest hands 17 years ago." How this was possible despite the guarding of my house is still a mystery to me. Straight away I sent scouts into all directions to look and ask for the lost sisters, and a courageous captain said to me, "Even if Pluto has stolen them from you, I bring them to you. But if the sea has devoured them or any greedy predator, then all trouble will be in vain." He went, and for 3 years all his efforts were in vain. I also sent scouts to you, O Lord, to Nazareth. They were asking about you, but returned with the disastrous news home that there is nothing about you anymore. You were actually a very calm, but otherwise an absolutely stupid boy between 13 and 14 years, not even mentioning anything about prophesying. Your own parents gave a very tiresome testimony about you and said that with your 12th year, any sign of any wisdom was completely lost, and that you are, regarding mind and insight, taking second place to every other normal earthly boy. For the sake of me, they have urged you to only this time make a prophecy for my messengers. But you kept quiet and said in the end that you not have come into this world to prophesy, but to work like any other person. When you were asked if you could remember everything you have done from the cradle to your 12th year, you said, "What there was is no more." And when you were asked about the reason, you did not speak again, left the room and went outside. And my messengers returned empty-handed home. And as such, all my searching was in vain. For 7 full years I mourned about my 2 dearest daughters. And see, here they are. At that time you have kept them from me, to give them back to me in a double wonderfully manner. Yes, Lord, how should I actually thank you for that? I said, "You have already done this by taking care of all those who were caught here, and you have troubled yourself to make arrangements for their accommodation and for their better destination in future, as what they had experienced up to now. In short, you, my first friend Cyrenius, has already done so many things for me that I cannot let you unrewarded on this earth. But one day in my kingdom in heaven, you will therefore also receive an even bigger reward." "But since you have your daughters back, in a complete healthy state, think of them, to whom I have given your daughters as brides. The 2 men are not of royal parentage. However, they are now, so to speak, my sons. And this should also be sufficient for you." Says Cyrenius, "Lord, your will is a most pleasant commandment for me, and for my 2 sons-in-law I surely will find means and ways, whereby they will be placed in such a way to be most useful to the spiritually and physical poor people. But now come you, my dearest daughters, to me, and let me press you against my heart, since I'm now one of the happiest fathers of the whole world. How happy will your mother be to have you back, since she was disconsolately about you. If she could see you, her happiness would be even greater. But despite her great lovingness, she nevertheless is blind. Being blind, she became my wife, after which she received the eye light for a while, but later on went blind again. But she has very sharp senses, so that I bet that she will recognize you immediately. Oh, how infinitely happy I am now. Come here, all the poor. I want to make you happy with all my strength. If I think about it, how we found you floating in the sea, tied together by the hair. If at that time I only had the faintest idea that you were my daughters, how terribly unhappy the sight of you would have made me. Only now, after being alive again, the Lord allowed a close acquaintance with you, so that I could become blessed as much as possible. And now I am, and therefore to you, O Lord, all praise and all my love. '61. The Modesty of Zinka. Zinka steps closer and says, High Lord and Master, since circumstances are, of which also I could never have the faintest idea, things are getting a completely new face. They are therefore not daughters of a merchant from Capernaum anymore, but they are daughters from the emperor's house in Rome. On these trees do not grow any apples for us, because for such children, other children must be found who are descendants from royal parents. I'm only a common Jew's son, although a descendant from Judah. But what is this compared to you, who is a brother of the great Emperor Augustus, and as such carries the tribe of the oldest patricians with yourself? In addition, you are incredibly rich, and I have nothing than my paltry portioned wage for an immense work. Irrespective how happy Gamiella would have made me, if I had received her as a wife by a miracle from heaven. But since she, as your daughter, High Lord, is standing high above my nullity, I can never take her as a wife. You, High Lord, would give her to me today because of your pure spiritual mood. But tomorrow you could regret it. Could I object if you take her away from me again? How much grief and how much sorrow would I feel then? If I take her as my wife with the fullest assurance that she remains with me, I surely will take her and become the happiest person. But I can never ask for her, since I know my state and also yours. Give me on Roman ground a small holding. By the diligence of my hands I will work the land and support myself and my colleagues. Only let me stay away from Jerusalem and the whole Jewish land, because I want to have nothing to do any more with either Herod or the temple. Says Cyrenius, let everything be good. I cannot take away my Gamiella from you any more, since the Lord, in a certain way, has given her to you before giving her to me. And his word and will is holy, more than holy to me. What the Lord only remotely wants us to do, we must do, if we want to become equal with his angels. Yes, on this world I am something for as long as he keeps me alive. But on the other side, in the big beyond, we are all equal, and our treasures here remain part of the dead crust of the earth, and will become food for the all-consuming time. My high status should therefore not bother you. I only carry it for the well-being of humanity as much as it stands in my power to do so. And should you, whom the Lord of infinity, of life and death, has brought close to my heart, be excluded from this? No, no, never ever. You are and will remain my son. After listening to these words, Zinka says, "Yes, truly, only a soul entirely devoted to God the Lord can speak in such a way. What the Lord wants, I certainly want also, because he who had awakened the two is the Lord himself. Of that I'm fully convinced. Even if billions testify against it, Zinka will never stagger in his faith. To him, all my love and all my true worshipping from now on. To him, all honor from eternity to eternity." With those words, Zinka kneels before me and says, "O Lord, forgive me all my sins, so that I can pray as a cleansed person to you." I said, "Stand up, my brother. Your sins have long since been discarded before me, because I knew your heart for a very long time. I finally allowed it to come to me. You actually were sent out to catch me, and I allowed myself to be caught by you, but only for your heart and for your welfare. Stand up and be full of joy in my name, and become a good, useful tool for me." With that, Zinka stands up, and only then starts to properly think about the greatness and about the meaning of this occurrence. But when he will be sitting alongside me, only then we will hear him speak again. Since after Mathael, he is probably the biggest spirit in our company. '62. Talking and doing. After we managed to give Zinka some rest in this way, also Risa, as the second son-in-law of Cyrenius, came and started to make similar excuses. However, Raphael touched him on his shoulder and said, "Friend, remain only with the truth of your heart, since by quite a margin you are not Zinka. You are a good and honest, but you should never talk differently from what is in your heart. Do you understand this?" Says Risa, "Yes, friend out of the heavens, I understand what you have told me, and I will speak, if I speak, according to what is in my heart, and no untruth should come over my lips. I'm still a young person and have less experience than some of the others, but I have particularly little experience with the female gender, and was never in love with any maiden. But I feel my heart exceptionally drawn, and feel it, how I will be beyond all measure happy, if the heavenly beautiful Ida would become my wife. But I also feel how terrible stupid I will appear by this great happiness. Because of this very reason, I would like to miss out on this happiness. For now, my love for Ida has not become a passion, and I can renounce this expecting luck with my soul quite easily. But if later on I become more inflamed, and the luck would not become part of me, it would cause me a lot of pain in my heart, which would be then quite difficult for me to get rid of. Because of this reason, I would like it to have it from the Lord and from Cyrenius, to free me from every hope on such luck. See, you, my heavenly friend Raphael, this is how I feel, and this is what I have spoken. If you can help me a little, do it before it is too late, since a proper help must also happen at the right time. Otherwise, it is of little use. Says Raphael, "Friend, for this you will require only very little or even no help at all from me. Therefore it stays like the Lord has instructed it to be. You yourself can renounce everything, because against the free will of man, the Lord never determines anything, except for the measure and form of the body. But it does not bring man a lot of bliss if he regards too little what the Lord, even when indicated by a slightest sign, has advised. Do you also understand this?" Says Risa, "Yes, also this I understand, and say therefore nothing else than, the will of the Lord must always happen, since who carries out the will of God can never go wrong. Since God the Lord must always knows it best, what is best for us people. Therefore, from now on, I will always accept everything with the greatest thankfulness in my heart, and do what the Lord will prescribe. What man can do very easily, because he already has a longing in his heart for it, he should always do and never try to be more. There is enough of a battle with other things, in which man's weak will finds it quite difficult to become a winner. Should he with easy and very pleasant things also become weak, he will not make good progress with regard to the true virtues. Did I spoke the truth or not?" Says Raphael, "Very much so. But it should also be said to you that it is better to do a lot of good than speak a lot of good. If people see you doing a lot of good, they will do likewise. However, if they hear you a lot talking good, they will also try to do likewise. But since many are lacking the right wisdom to make truly good speeches, they are forced to speak a lot of nonsense, and thereby doing a lot of damage to many weak souls and to themselves, since it makes their hearts to become haughty and egocentric. by an unnecessary desire to talk, in time all kind of false teachings are spread, and poor mankind is blinded and brought into all darkness, so that it afterwards becomes quite difficult to enlighten them again. But by many and good deeds, mankind becomes noble and open-hearted. A noble and open heart is in any way the best plant school for true wisdom, and will then also understand to speak good and right, where necessary. I have told you this, because quite often you carry a great desire to speak in you, but are still lacking a lot, what is required to make a perfectly good speech. Therefore you should speak less, but instead listen and act even more, and you will become a true disciple of the Lord, and this according to His will and according to His pleasure. Those who in time should speak and preach, the Lord will select them Himself. But those who are not specifically chosen to speak and teach are destined by Him to only act according to His word and according to His teachings, and should always only do, wherefore they have undoubtedly the assignment from the Lord. In this way, they always can find joy to be pleasant for God, and in obtaining any special mercy. Say this also to your friends and work companions, since also among them there are those who think a lot of themselves, to be able to speak orderly and smooth. They are not destined by the Lord to speak, but only to act. The reason for the Lord allowing you to become earthly happy is so that one day you can do a lot of good things. However, if the Lord would have chosen you as a speaker and teacher, He would say to you, "Come and follow me wherever I'm going, and learn about all wisdom of the kingdom of God." See, how pleasant is Cyrenius for the Lord. Surely not because of his good speeches, but because of the good and manifold noble actions. But who does many good and noble things can, if necessary, also make a good and right speech. Since an open and noble heart does never stays without light from the heavens. But who has this according to the measure of his many good and noble deeds, to him it always will also be very clear where, when, and how much he must speak. Do you understand this, what I have spoken to you, very clearly, my dear Risa? Says Risa, "How can I not, since you have spoken the purest truth, and this is always for everybody clearly understandable? I will always keep strictly to these your words. What I have learned from you, I will also immediately convey to my companions. There is only one thing I would like to know. If Zinka is also called to only act, or whether he also must teach alongside." Says Raphael, "My friend Risa, between your and Zinka's experiences exists a great difference. He is a great soul coming from above, and has many and great experiences behind him, despite being only 10 years older than you. And, hence, he is destined by the Lord to act and to speak. But once you also have many experiences behind you, you will also have to speak and teach. But for now, collect experiences and become rich in good and noble deeds. '63. Self-examination of Hebron and Risa. Risa writes this very deep into his heart and goes to his colleagues, who start to congratulate him to his luck. But he opens his mouth and tells them word by word what he heard from Raphael. When he finished, Hebron said to him, "This is truly a marvelous speech, just like coming from the mouth of God. But some remark about it should be made, not the speech itself, but about him who gave us the speech. It contained many and even noteworthy true words, coming in good order successively into being. But the speaker, nevertheless, first spoke rather than acted. Nevertheless, I find this quite in order, since every good action must certainly always be preceded by a good teaching. Otherwise, it is impossible for the actor to receive any directive for his actions. However, at the heart of reason, Raphael is still right, since man soon knows what is good and right. Simple laws, give it to him. He only needs to properly will, and a good action cannot stay away. But the knowledge on its own appears to me as a too small motive to act well, especially with very material people, who are only too easily seduced to act badly by a selfish material advantage. In this case, the pre-teaching must be expanded to such an extent that thereby the disciple is given clear, tangible and irrefutable proofs as motives to act good, so that it must appear to the disciple nearly impossible to act against them, just as it is impossible to cross the sea without a boat. Once one have brought a disciple thus far, then doing good is an easy matter. But without the added tangible and solidly proven reasons, it will always remain a problem, whose goodness is well recognized. But since the doing accordingly is, nevertheless, connected to some difficulties and self-denial, one rather gives in to dear sluggishness and tiresome selfishness, and leaves the many good deeds for better days. Without change, one follows one's carnal desires, and after 30 years one is still the same animal person as one was, quite actually, in the cradle. Therefore, according to my humble opinion, it is also important to add to the above-mentioned proofs to the teaching of doing good, which require quite a lot more than saying, this and that you should do because it is good, and this and that you should not do because it is bad and evil. Says Risa, "You are quite right, but nevertheless, basically you say nothing else as was tangible clearly described by Raphael. Namely, that only he should teach and speak who is called by the Lord in the Spirit. Such a teacher will give to his disciples the teaching together with the necessary proofs to motivate them to act. Just as the angel Raphael unfailingly convinced me to act. But if both of us would perform as teachers, we certainly would talk a lot of silly stuff. And if a sharp and well-polished speaker would come along and started to put some really powerful opposing arguments to us, in the end he would confuse us, and perhaps we even had to dance to his whistle. But if we act well, with all mind reasons of the world, he would not be able to find the slightest objection or opposing remark. Therefore, for many, it is better to act than to teach. Is this still not quite clear to you? Says Hebram, "Oh yes, now absolutely, and also earlier, and it is good." People are strange. I noticed this by myself. Just think of it. When we were reading and studying the script often enough, how inconceivable sublime the wonderful stories, events, and here and there occurring teachings appeared to us, filling us with the deepest reverence. Finally, because of our highest reverence making us blind, we did not dare to pronounce the Spirit of God, which here and there actively appeared. When reading something about an appearing angel, we were touched by it to our inner core. Moses appeared so big that nearly all mountains seemed to bend before his name. Now we stand before the same God who thundered his laws on Sinai. The same angel who has guided the young Tobias walks among us like an ordinary person and teaches us with sweet words to recognize the will of God. In addition, miracles over miracles of the most unheard manner occur on a continuous basis. But, nevertheless, everything appears to us already quite ordinary, as if we are used to it since childhood. Tell me, what might be the reason for it? We are supposed to be completely overwhelmed by surprise and adoration, but instead are as blunt as an old, rusted sword of an old warrior. What might be the reason for it? If I think about it, I could shear off my own head from my body from annoyance. Says Risa, "Be calm, friend. The Lord wanted it like that. If we, and this is understandable, keep on dwelling in a state of highest excitement of our souls, we would miss a lot of what happens and is said here. The Lord knows how to keep our souls within the boundaries of soberness, and therefore we can cold-bloodedly listen and observe everything what occurs and is said here. Even if it is of an incomprehensible high nature, and record it even deeper in our souls. If this is all over, our souls will start to become excited in a most colossal manner. Oh, we will not escape it. But for now, it is much better like it is. Do you have a different opinion?" Says Hebram, "Not at all. Your opinion is again perfectly correct, and most certainly it is like that. But it does no harm if one reminds oneself that one easily feels too little uplifted during this most holy, extraordinary opportunity which never occurred before, while reading the extraordinariness of the past has touched us so deeply and made us so excited. If this spiritual sluggishness would depend on us alone, I had to regard it as a big and most coarse sin of life. But if, according to your opinion, the Lord causes this in us by His almighty will, we must be grateful to Him. And everything He speaks and does, we must more seriously and deeper contemplate and think about it, how we can turn His words into full action. But that Zinker is such a deep spiritual man. While he was and still is only a senior servant of Herod, is a riddle to me. Where did he got his overwhelming wisdom from and collected so many experiences? Said Risa, that I don't know, but a big lord like Herod surely would have checked out his servant very thoroughly before making him one of his first and most senior servants. In addition, Zinker was, according to his own testimony, a special friend of the prophet John, and certainly would have learned quite a lot regarding important matters of life. And it is therefore no wonder that he is wiser than us. He will talk about something which I am very curious about. But now it appears if the Lord wants to say something. Thus, let us keep quiet for a change, because our talk is not so bright anyway. '64. A story about Jesus' childhood. During the dialogue of the two, I gave to both awoken the opportunity to recognize me as him who, a couple of months back, also awoke a few from the dead in Capernaum, and soon both recognized me as the same, and also knew Maria and the others of the house of Joseph. Gamiella also mentioned that she still can remember when the old carpenter master Joseph, with his 6 sons, built a new sheep stable at her foster father's residence in Capernaum, and that she also could recall that she has seen me at work as the youngest of the sons of Joseph. But at that stage she, of course, could not have any idea that the Spirit of the Most High was hidden in me. But Ida added to it, "Yes, yes, dear sister. It was the last evening, when the building was completed and our foster father paid the old Joseph for the work, but in the end deducted a few coins according to an old business custom of him, prompting the holy man to go to the merchant saying, 'Don't do this, since this will bring you no blessing. You are a heathen, but, nevertheless, believe in the God of the Jews. And see, this mighty God lives in my heart, and if I ask him, he gives to me for what I have asked him. He also lives in the heart of all righteous before him, and their requests please him. If you act hard against Joseph, who completed heavy work for you, I would ask my God and Father to repay you, and soon you would be repaid in an evil manner. Think about it. It is not good to offend those who are one with God." But my stepfather did not listen and insisted on his deduction. However, the old carpenter said, See, I'm honest and say it to you honestly. The few coins would be the total profit for this heavy work, and I could have paid my house's tax with it. Since you are a rich man and the coins are so important to you, keep them. But you keep them unjustly, and this is never good. But I and Ida cried from annoyance about the stubborn hardness of my father, went into my room and gathered in secret all my savings, and Gamiella did after me the same. And we secretly put 100 coins into his toolbox. Nobody noticed this, except you, O Lord. And thereupon you said, both of you maidens will some day be highly repaid for what you have done to us. During those words, you looked like someone who is beatified. Thereupon you stood up and left our house. It was late at night, and by foot it was a few hours walking to Nazareth. Therefore I said to you, don't you rather want to stay for the night here than to walk the unsure, far road, especially when the night is so dark because of the heavy storm clouds covering the sky and a thunderstorm is approaching? Then you said what stayed always noteworthy with me. Who made the day is his master, and who the night is also his master. Therefore the Lord of the day as well as the night does not need to fear the day nor the night. Therefore nor the night nor the storm will be able to cause us any harm. Keep well, both you angels. With that you left our house, and heavens know, you barely left the threshold of the house. No sign of you could be seen anywhere. Oh, I often thought about you, O Lord, but could later until this hour not meet with you again. However, still in the same night your words were dreadfully fulfilled regarding my foster father. A terrible thunderstorm came, and the new sheep stable was hit 3 times by lightning, where during its completion already 1,700 of the best sheep were kept. Everything burnt down within a few hours, and with all efforts nothing could be saved. Our foster father regretted having sinned so severely against the loyal carpenter, since he said, "This punishment comes to me from above, because I have earned it. Never ever will any loyal worker in this house be deprived again of 1 single coin of his well-earned wages." About half a year later, we came to the big market of Nazareth and inquired busily about the old carpenter and his sons. But it was said that they were called far across the country, where they had to build a few houses. And without achieving anything, we went back to Capernaum. After that, we did not hear anything about the carpenter's family anymore. About 3 years after that, our foster father heard that Joseph had moved to High Nazareth, which is located in the mountains towards Samaria, because of extended work there. However, we could not find anyone of his family there. Nevertheless, I would have loved to get closer acquainted with the young carpenter whose name, according to my knowledge, was Jesus. Notwithstanding, what was not granted to us at that stage, you, O Lord, has wonderfully kept until now. Only now did we receive a light about the mysteriously spoken words by you at the same evening when you left our house in a pitch-dark night. Now we know who the Lord of the day is, the night, and the thunderstorm. But now we bring you again with our heart and our mouth, our gratitude for all the nameless mercies and reliefs which you, O sweetest Lord Jesus, showed to us without any of our merit. I said, "Oh, you are not without all merit. Just think of it, what you have done to the old Joseph. How much he appreciated the 100 coins when he found them the next morning in his toolbox. Initially, he thought that your foster father did this to him secretly. But he soon was corrected by me in his mistake. He praised your good hearts, and I promised him that I myself will manifold repay such goodness to you, and have therefore given friendliest and joyfully back your life and your true parents. Go now and give them true joy, since his joy is also mine." Only then did the two went to Cyrenius and hugged him, and he cried of joy like a child. ch50. The promise of Cyrenius. After a while, when Cyrenius cried his heart out from joyous pain, whereby his two daughters, Zinka and also Risa, who came along, supported him with joyful strength, he came to me, hugged me, and said, sobbing, "Oh, you eternal, purest love! Who cannot love you above all? O Lord, O Father, how good and how holy you are! O Lord, let me die in this my love. Lord and Father, for as long I had the never fathomable big mercy to know you from your early birth, I always loved you, and you were always the hinge point of all my thoughts. But I was not always an equally strong master over my own world in me and over the world outside me. But now I believe by your mercy and strength to have reached the necessary strength to walk the rest of my living days in all and everything according to your holiest will in a humanly manner. I, of course, rule mostly only heathens, whose God's teachings I unfortunately have to protect here and there. This is truly a great evil. But no tree falls with one blow. However, I will make it a priority and strive to spread the recognition of the only true and living God, at least in my territory of rule, among the better heathens as much as possible. With the priesthood we will have the most trouble, since this caste lives for several centuries off their nation-darkening matters. The old will call lightning and thunder from heaven, and the young will make fierce faces to that. But in the end they will be forced to leave their old habits and go to work on our new field. The saddest, however, for the honest person on this earth is that he easily finds the lie without any trouble, but the truth only by a very laborious search, which reach is not seldom connected to many and great dangers. The old Egyptians had organized their schools in a very categorical manner. Who only wanted to learn this or that for the outer life had to pay a fee and he was shown the manifold advantages. But who came to search and find the truth, by which the inner life of man is caused? For him his ominous search was made in a nearly unheard manner difficult. And if he had found the great truth of life, he was forced to stay a priest, and under the heaviest oath he was not allowed to tell no layman even one syllable. The holy truth was thereby always difficult to reach, while the regiment of lie spread over the whole world free of charge. But because the old lie always led the sceptre over the people got used to the lie. It became second nature to them. And this even easier, because many, however not all, found it quite agreeable and still finding it quite agreeable. Now, to let go the lie, and there would be not too much of a protest, as I see it. But to let go of the advantages enjoyed so far will certainly pose a problem which would be quite difficult to solve. But patience, everything will come right. One can promise and give to the priesthood other advantages. Show this caste, which does anyhow have no faith, friendly under four eyes, the truth, and recruit them, at least the better part, for spreading the truth. And I think that in this manner the otherwise biggest difficulty can be turned into a very easy task. However, whether one ever can become a master of the lie on the whole earth is another question altogether. Good and righteously minded people, whose souls are full of truth, will surely do everything to at least give their neighbours a better light. In short, around such lights it will always look brightly lit. But further away from the light, it will become darker again. And very far away, in space as well as time, the full night will just like now hold the sceptre. This is my opinion. You, O Lord, could perhaps do it differently. But you also know why it has to be on this earth like that. Hence, only your holy will should always remain. '66. The law of you must and you shall. I said, my dear friend, I like your views quite a lot, and the Holy Father in heaven always is quite happy if his children discuss things with him in a wise manner. But there are certain things which must be like that, and this and that has to take place as it takes place to reach a certain goal. Without, the goal would be impossible to achieve. Hence, God has given a twofold law. The one is pure mechanically and is called must. From this law, all forms and their structure are evolving, according to which the usefulness of the form is derived. At this mechanical law, forever no hair is allowed to change. The other law, however, is called should, and only this law is relevant to the teaching of life. According to the law of life, you can eradicate, destroy, or even annihilate all the smallest particles of the whole. It does not matter too much and is just the same. For what should become free must be free from its earliest development. Even if it completely wrongly develops itself in the free inner being, it cannot lift the must law above it. The germ lies always in the form, which starts to sprout again according to the right order, which takes from the free life sphere that which has gone astray and pulls it into the right order again. As such, you can see nations stuck in all kind of corruptions regarding the soul. But their form remains. And if you see them, you must acknowledge that these are humans. Indeed, their souls are distorted by all sorts of lies, falseness and malice. However, at the right time, I let more warmth penetrate the germ of life, and it starts to grow, consumes the old disorder of the soul, just as the grass roots consume the already decayed drop of water. And a completely healthy, life-strong and in all parts pure blade of grass with blossom and seed arises. Because for this reason you should never judge a spoilt nation too harshly. Since as long as the form remains, also the pure germ in man remains. But if this remains, even a devil can become an angel. Normally misconstrued teachers, lust for power and avarice of a few powerful people, and a temporary possession by evil spirits, which creep up on the flesh and the nerve spirit of people, are the reason for corruption of people and their souls. But a complete corruption even of the most inner life germ is unthinkable. Look at Matthau and his 4 companions. How badly were they corrupted by evil spirits? I released the 5 from it and woken the life germ in them, and see what perfect people they have become. Of course, there exist differences between people. Some souls are from above. They are stronger, and the evil spirits of this earth can only do little or no harm at all to them. Therefore, such souls can withstand a stronger flesh life test, without suffering any significant damage. If with those people the spirit, that is, the primeval life germ, is awakened and penetrates with its eternal life roots the soul through and through, then the little corruption of such a soul is immediately healed, and the whole person is perfected. As you can see from Matthau, Philippold, and many others, the souls of some people are even previous angels of heaven. Now, with them nothing can be corrupted so easily. John the Baptist, and several prophets like Moses, Elias, Isaiah, and others, can serve as examples. And currently, there are more on this earth who came from the heavens, to go with me through the narrowest path of the flesh. Such people are able to go through quite a strong flesh life test and endure it with the biggest sacrifice. 67. Differences between the souls on earth. The Lord. In addition, there are also differences of souls which are from above, in a manner that some of them are originating from the perfect solar worlds. Those are stronger than those who are coming from the small planets, similar to this earth, to reach the childhood of God on this earth. The less perfect a planet is, in the same degree his emigrants are also weaker. They have to endure a lesser life test, but their souls can be harmed more extensively. Nevertheless, they have a strong primeval life germ in them. If awoken in the right manner, then these souls will soon be back in a full life order. Finally, most often, there are souls who descended from this earth since the primordial beginning. They are the most actual to be called to the childhood of God, are the weakest, and can on their own easily become totally corrupted. But this is also not that easily possible, because for every 100, there are 1 or 2 strong souls from above, by whom the weak souls are hindered and protected to become completely corrupted. Even if there among them are already very lost sheep, in its time they will be found again. However, every soul, no matter how weak, frail, fragmented and corrupted in itself, does carry in itself the primordial life germ, which can never get corrupted. If a soul is brought with the right length of time to the point that the primordial life germ can be awakened in her, she becomes immediately blissful, and in all things love strong, and wisdom strong, and is then just as well a child of the Almighty as an angel spirit who became a person, or a soul from a central sun, from a lesser planet's sun, or from any extraterrestrial other dark and by itself lightless earth body, of which there are more in the wide space of creation, as there is sand in the sea and all the grass on earth. Who, for instance, of you is already a more complete person, can put his hands on a no matter how stupid and superstitious sinner of a proper animal person, or give him soft strokes from the roots of the nose over the temples down to the pit of the stomach? The person will thereby be brought into a rapturous sleep. In this sleep, the no matter how distraught soul will be freed from the teasing spirits of her body, and the primordial life germ appears immediately, for a short time actively in the soul. Ask such a raptured sleeper a few questions, and you will become answers which will surprise your wisdom to the highest degree. If such a person, after a short while, according to his own instructions which must be followed, is brought back into the earthly life, the primordial life germ has returned into its previous resting place, and the soul withdraws back to its old flesh bonds, and remembers nothing from what has happened to it while its body was in a raptured sleep. She knows nothing of all the wisdom which she has spoken through the mouth of the flesh, and is then just as stupid and superstitious as before. This serves you as a proof that basically no soul can be corrupted to such an extent that it cannot be cured anymore. Of course, with some souls it will take quite some time, either here or even longer in the beyond, until she has reached that independent, healthy firmness, which is necessary to awake fully the primordial life germ in herself, to be penetrated by it in all parts. But to think that this act of life cannot take place in a soul which appears to be already completely corrupted to the very bottom would be just the same coarse sin against the love and wisdom of God as the soul itself, which is believed to be doomed and appears as a sputum of hell and stands in front of the judging world eyes as a mountainous and dense knot of sin. '68. Soul sicknesses and their treatment. The Lord. Therefore, you should not judge the people, so that you do not become judges on yourself. Wouldn't it be the most inhuman foolishness to judge a bodily sick person and then impose an unscrupulous punishment on him because he has become sick and miserable? How much bigger and many times more inhuman foolishness is it not to judge and condemn a soul-sick person whose soul has become weak and sick because of the above-mentioned reasons? You call such people, according to your laws and regulations, criminals, and submit them to relentless, hard punishment. But what are you achieving by this? You punish a soul because she basically became sick without her fault. Ask yourself how your judgment must look before God. Ask yourself, you, my person-friendly Cyrenius, what would you have done with the 5 main criminals as the highest judge of Rome and bearer of power over life and death? See, you would have to listen to the nefarious, evil deeds and finally hand all 5 over to the death on the cross. Could it ever have occurred to you that behind these 5 could reside such spirits? Oh no! That thought would never have entered your mind. You would, completely incensed about their misdeeds, sentence them to death with the coldest blood of the world, and would on top of it still be of the soothing opinion to have delivered to God and humanity a good service. However, what damage would you have caused humanity by exterminating such spirits from the earth, who now, as completely cured, in soul and body, shine for the people of the earth like a spring sun, and will warm and revive 1,000 times 1,000 hearts of people to good and truth? And see, this is the case with all worldly courts on this dear earth. For the bodily illnesses and ailments, doctors can be found who can prepare all sorts of medicines. But for the illnesses of the poor soul, no doctors and medicines exist except for a most heavy book full of laws which are often very difficult to keep. And behind the laws, the judging sword. Would it not be more decent, wiser, and more humanely to institute doctors and medicines for souls who became ill, rather than for their bodies, which within a short period of time become the food for worms? That it is more difficult to heal an advanced soul illness than the same of the body, surely I know best. But none is incurable. While for each body in the end, a final illness exists, for whose cure no herb grows on the whole earth. Nevertheless, you people are doing so much of the wrong thing. For the rotten, totally mortal body, you establish remedial institutions over remedial institutions, pharmacies and baths, ointments and plasters and salutary drinks. But for the immortal soul, you have not established only one remedial institution. Of course, you say in your heart, "How would it be possible without you, O Lord? From whom should we have taken it, and from whom should we have learned?" This is, of course, true. This knowledge requires certainly a deeper understanding of the total nature of man, other than to know from old experience which herb juice soonest cures the complaints of an overstuffed stomach. But the immortal soul of man is also worth that one should pay a little more attention to its manifold compositions than to the composition of an overfilled stomach by gluttony. At all times, true soul doctors, filled with the Spirit of God, have been sent into the world, who have preached the right way to cure souls. Some have taken note of them and were infallibly cured. But the so-called great and powerful of the earth regarded themselves in any way as soul healthy, ignored the soul doctors which I have sent to earth, in the end pursued them and forbade them their remedial work for ill souls. And thus it always happened by the great and powerful of this earth, that the teachings of mercy to cure ill souls could never take those roots by which it could have grown into a strong remedial tree. And if somewhere a strong seed has been planted, the selfish and power-hungry human children of this earth knew to clean the tree for so long, by taking away the superfluous seeming branches and twigs and continuously scraping off the bark, until, finally, the whole tree had to dry up. And thus, up to this hour, no other remedial institution for ill souls exists than the sharpest law, arrests, investigations, prisons, terrible penal dungeons, the sharp, most unmerciful sword, and all kinds of tormenting and torturous execution and killing instruments have been produced for use. These are also products of ill, but strong souls, which must be helped above all, if the curing of the small, weak and subordinate souls should become any happy success on this earth. (69) Places to heal soul sicknesses and soul healers. The Lord. Because of that, I myself had to come to this earth to establish for all ill souls a permanent and for all times effective soul remedial institution, since man would never be able to do so. Nevertheless, it will always be difficult with the permanent establishment of an institution under discussion for ill souls, because certain people thereby start to feel impaired in their rights of their world of illusion. Self-love and love for the world, which is a breadth of hell in the chest of man, will always struggle against it and does not want to be cured of its evil illness and will not let go of its worldly means, which are difficult to follow hard laws and its judgments and punishments. However, after me there will be always many, with whom my newly established soul remedial institution will remain for many who want to use it. Indeed, such real remedial institutions will suffer some and often a lot because of my true and living name, by the worldly mighty, but in themselves very ill souls. But I myself will know how to protect them. Should, however, two self-willing, severely sick worldly people souls intend to ruin one or the other remedial soul institution because of a kind of insanity, I will know how to seize them by an effective extraordinary judgment and let their soul curing take place in remedial institutions in the beyond, where progress is only very slow, and before recovery, a lot of howling and crunching of teeth will be heard. Already in this world, a very effective medicine for the body tastes normally quite bitter. But the medicines in the beyond to cure souls tastes by far more bitter, because it must be very strong to heal a dangerous sick soul there, since here on earth no cure was possible anymore. Yes, eventually they will be cured, but it will take very long, and it is a desperately bitter road to walk. Therefore, good for those who will cure their soul in remedial institutions on this earth. Based on all those reasons as indicated, you mighty judges are true soul doctors in future, and judge every ill soul with the right judgment to cure her, and not to make her even worse. Verily, by as much you have made an already very ill soul even more ill through a by itself soul-sick judgment, your souls will become more wretched and more ill, and in the beyond your cure will be much more bitter than the soul which has become more wretched by your evil judgment. Since such a soul is and stays, despite your evil and senseless judgment, simply ill, and can also in the beyond by a simple cure be restored. But a senseless soul of a judge will once for each unsuccessful and evil judgment be overcome double by the illness of the soul which was severely judged by him, and his very own basic soul sickness will thereby necessarily increase twofold. That the healing in the beyond of such highly wretched and ill soul of a judge will be a bitter and long process is quite evident when you think about it. If you, as a clumsy doctor, are ill yourself, and been asked to go to a dangerous ill person, and because of the prophet you go there and gives him, because of your clumsiness, a medicine which does not help, but makes the patient here and there even worse. What use is this to you? Since you did not help him, you are not getting paid, as it is your custom. At the same time, you attracted the dangerous illness and firstly, did not receive any money, and secondly, you have instead of a single, a double illness to cope with. If now, in your place, a knowledgeable doctor comes along, will he not cure the ill person with an effective, simple medicine? While with you, since you are suffering from two illnesses, he surely has to use two types of medicines to possibly help you. And such a twofold medicine will cause in your suffering flesh at least a twice as big revolution as the simple medicine with the formerly treated person with only one illness. ch50. True justice. The Lord. I think that this should be clear to you, and so I take the word further and say, by that, you should not, because I have told you such, destroy all prisons and holding places which are nevertheless a necessary evil against the big evil of very ill souls, and break all chains and all swords. Oh no, this is not what was said. Since very contagious ill souls must be carefully separated from healthy souls, and kept in safe keeping for as long until they are cured from the very bottom. But not your rage and your desire for revenge should keep them safe in strong rooms, but your great charity and the tightly connected innermost worry regarding their possible complete recovery. Should the right spirit of love is indicating to you that one or another heavily sick person requires a bitter-tasting medicine, then you should not withhold it from him, because it would be a very unripe and untimely mercy. But only in true love for your neighbour should you administer a bitter medicine to a seriously ill person. Then it will surely provide him with the desired cure, and you will receive a lot of blessing. The medicine, which I administered earlier this evening to the 5, was surely not sweet and well-tasting. But my great love for them recognized it as inevitable for their complete recovery. And therefore also this medicine was a highest act of my love for them. Because of that, they could be healed in the morning so much easier, and they should say whether they are cross with me regarding the bitter medicine. But if somebody, led only by rage and a desire for revenge, torments and tortures the putative criminal in a pitiless manner, then he is already a manifold bigger criminal, and some day he will have to taste even more bitterness. The measure you are using will be the same measure you are going to be measured by one day. Who measures with true love will one day also be measured with true love. But who measures in rage and revenge will one day also receive the same medicine in a double measure to be cured. and he shall not be released 1 second earlier from the most bitter institution in the beyond, until each hard fibre in his soul is made white and soft like wool. I have now shown to you the general true nature and composition of man, and you cannot say any more, "Such we did not know." Since you know this now perfectly well, act accordingly and teach such to those who are standing below you and as themselves ill, do not know what they are doing. You will be as true and healthy co-workers in my kingdom on this earth. Become active in a right and best measure, and my benevolence will accompany you on all walks of life. Should you, however, somewhere work according to your old ways again, then think that your soul has become ill again, and ask me that I cure her, and you are not befallen by a twofold illness. O you, who are judging and with your judgments make the poor ill souls even more ill than they were before, think in all seriousness what you are, and what you should be in all truth, and what you are supposed to be doing according to the order of God. You judges and chief rulers over the weakness of the nations, who are in the final analysis also your power, might, and respect, should be true fathers of your nations, and as such should look after the health of the souls of the many children entrusted to you with all love and true fatherly care. You do not need to be doctors for the body, but the more so doctors for souls. If you see your children often disregarding the rules of their parents, and now and then even strongly sinning against them, would it be becoming of the parents if they take one of the children and torture it as a deterrent example, and even hang it to the cross? This can perhaps only be carried out by a most power-addicted father. But the world's history will not be able to show many such examples. But you better parents will at least reprimand the transgressing children in a pretending serious manner, and in the most severe case even punish them with the salutary corrective rod. Should the children thereafter better themselves, you surely will have a great joy about them, since it will be a right desire for you to see the souls of your children fresh and healthy before you. In the same manner, you mighty judges should act against all people, and your joy will never end. Think yourself in the place of those who must listen to you and accept and follow your laws. Wouldn't it be pleasing to you if they, as your judges, would be merciful and proceed very carefully with you? What you wisely wish that they should to you, if you would stand before them with ill souls, do likewise to them if they are standing with sick souls before you. '71. The Eternal Law of Love. The Lord. See, In this lies all the practical explanations of the law of Moses and all prophecies of all the prophets. Love God as your eternal Father above all, and your poor and often ill brothers and sisters, but under all circumstances, as yourself. Then you will be as true soul-healthy children of the eternal Father in heaven, just as perfect as He Himself is perfect. What is actually your calling? Since who will not be as perfect as the Father in heaven, will not come to Him and dine at His table forever. See now, you my Cyrenius, with this you have everything what you previously have regarded as an evil of the world, which is difficult to defeat. Of course, it is quite difficult to defeat the lie which has taken root among the people of the world, since this is a severe, basic illness of the soul. But with the truth, which arises out of love, just as the light arises out of the flame, one can conquer the lie quite easily. If you only need a light to light up a dark room, will someone praise you as wise if you put the whole room in flames and thereby destroys it? Therefore, my word and my teachings should not be spread with the sword. If you want to heal someone who is tormented by a wound, then you should not, next to the existing wound, cut him a fresh tenfold more severe wound. Because if you would do this, it would be better you have left the wound of the wounded unhealed. Verily, he who wants to spread my word and my teachings with the sword in his hand will not receive a blessing from me for his zeal. But he pushed himself into the greatest darkness. If you illuminate a room with pure oil lamps during the night, then everybody who is in it will have a joyful light. But if you burn down the whole room, everybody will start to curse you and flee you like a furious fool. Who preaches to cure souls should speak with a clear voice, but at the same time in a gentle manner, and should not shout like a raving who foams of fury and rage. Since a person who foams of fury does not better anybody with his wild shouting. He either causes that his listeners are mocking and laughing at him, or, if he goes too far with his shouting, they finally will chase him with batons and fists away from their congregation. In the same manner, someone should not speak a conciliatory word to his brother if he still feels the sting of annoyance in his chest. Since finally he convinces himself in his annoyed zeal, becomes infuriated, and did not only manage not to convert his brother into forgiveness, but has irritated him even more to the opposite, and has pushed the imagined good purpose far into the background. Yes, when spreading my teachings, you should always make a friendly face. Since with my teachings you are coming with the friendliest and most joyous message from the heavens to the people, and therefore must announce it with the most joyous and friendliest approach. But what would somebody tell you if you came to him and would invite him to a joyful meal? But your invitation would be as follows. Listen, you unworthy sinner, damned by God. Indeed, I hate you because of your sins and the righteousness of God. But Nevertheless, I order you with all means in my power to come to my feast of joy, to make sure that I do not have to curse and damn you forever, should you object. Should you attend, then at least you can be assured of my mercy and my goodwill for the joyful day. Tell me, what would the invited say to such an invitation? And if the feast of joy planned for him would indeed be a feast of joy for him? I think that even the most stupid person would say thank you but no thank you to such an invitation. He would, if he feels weak, come to get the severe threats from his back. But if he feels strong, he will attack the unmannered messenger and throw him out of his house. And that he will not accept such invitation goes without saying. Therefore, when spreading my teaching, which is also an invitation to a joyful meal from the heavens, above all, it must be taken care of that all those who will spread my teaching among the people of the earth, as true messengers from heavens, are full of friendliness and love to preach the gospel. Since something exceedingly joyous and good can certainly not be conveyed with a rage-inflamed facial distortion. And if someone would do something like that, he would be either a fool or a joker, and as such, totally unsuitable for the spreading of my word. Did you and also all the others have clearly understood what I have said? Said Cyrenius, completely contritely about the truth of such my admonition. Lord, you, the only true person, I have understood everything quite well, and concerning myself, I will strictly keep to each and everything. Naturally, I cannot give any warranties for all the others, but I think that they have understood you as good as I did. But at the same time, I recognize now how often I have most coarsely sinned against mankind, with my best possible knowledge, conscience, wish and will. Who will make good such my sins to those against whom I have sinned? I said, do not worry about that, but only about the future. But now something new will come up. ch50. The magnetic sleep. Cornelius steps closer to me and asks, Lord, during the course of your above godly speech and teaching, you have mentioned that a spiritually perfect person can put his hands on another person, and that this person will soon afterwards fall into an ecstatic sleep and make wise speeches with a healthy soul, irrespective of being a however blind and completely stupid person. If I only could see the process of such a treatment, then I would know how such salutary experiment is to be carried out on someone, if it is necessary. But if one is a layman regarding the treatment process, even with the best will, one cannot undertake anything, and therefore achieve nothing. Would you like to entrust me with some further details? I said, "Oh yes, with pleasure, since this act is absolutely necessary for the recovery of a lost bodily or also soul health. Since for one, the pure laying on of hands eases the most severe bodily pain. And in addition, it is most often the case that the person on whom the hands had been laid, with a firm belief and a strong will to cure him, will become clairvoyant and can determine a suitable medicine for himself, which, according to his own prescription applied, must bring him complete recovery. Naturally, if somehow, against his prescription, opposing cases have taken place, it will not go well with the complete recovery. But if the prescription is carried out as an undisturbed treatment, full recovery must certainly will take place. But if any human person is brought into a clairvoyant sleep during this healing treatment, he or she should not be disturbed or weakened by all kind of pointless questions, but only be asked what is necessary. Whoever lays his hands on someone must do it in my name. Otherwise his treatment would be of no use and has no effect. It requires a firm, unshakable belief and an equally unshakable, firm will. Such an endeavour must come out of the heart's deepest ground and must arise out of true, neighbourly love. Then the power of love will fill the hands of the handlayer and penetrates through his fingertips and flows like a soft dew into the nerves of the patient and heals the often stinging and often burning pain. However, it is quite important to note that it requires more to place a man into an ecstatic sleep than a woman. In certain cases, a man can also be placed into an ecstatic sleep by a woman. The devout woman, however, could only achieve success with such a treatment with the help of an invisible angel standing next to her, which she made serviceable to herself through prayer and pureness of the heart. Such devout women could provide relief to especially those who give difficult birth and with great pain. This would be better than midwives usually travelling to Bethlehem to learn the art to assist someone giving birth, whereby a heap of all kinds of superstitious means are applied in the most silly manner, which always cause more harm than usefulness. Which extremely silly and ridiculous ceremonies are carried out, especially during the first births. If a girl is born first, then all kinds of silly laments must be sung, and it is required to sigh and bawl pitifully for 3 days. If a little boy is born, calves and lambs must be slaughtered, and buns be baked, and all singers, pipers and violinists must come together to make an ears-tearing noise for the whole day, which supposedly should provide relief for her labour pains. Therefore, instead of such stupidities, the above-mentioned birth support would be much more useful. Said Cornelius, "Certainly, yes. But how does a woman achieve such devoutness? I said, very easy. Foremost, a good upbringing is required, and then a thorough education of an fully ripe virgin. Irrespective how ripe the maiden is, the education must only be given after examining the true devoutness of her heart. But also men can assist during birth by laying on of hands to provide great relief. '73. Physical and spiritual purity. Healing at distance. Says Steha, standing nearby and paying close attention. Wouldn't something like that defile the man for a whole day, according to the rules of Moses? I said, from now on, nothing can defile you other than evil and impure thoughts, desires and wishes, malicious gossiping, lies and dishonouring, contempt and defamation. These are things which can defile people. Everything else does defile a person either not at all or only externally on his skin, and therefore he has enough water to clean himself from any external impurities. Moses primarily gave such rules to the Jews because of their great attachment to impurities in all external matters. Since people who already outwardly become real pigs will even easier become likewise in the heart. Therefore, Moses recommended to the Jews especially the outer hygiene. But the actual cleaning of a person occurs only by true repentance, by the remorse for a committed sin to his neighbour, by the serious intention not to sin any more, and by the thereby complete betterment of life. If this does not happen, you can spray 100,000 goats with blood, curse and throw them into the Jordan for your sins. Your hearts and souls will stay just as unclean and impure as before. With water, you clean your body, and with a firm, good and in all devoted will to God, heart and soul. And just as pure, fresh water strengthens the limbs of the body, a firm and in all devoted will to God strengthens the heart and soul. Such strengthened souls can, in my name, lay their hands on an ill person who is most far away, and he or she will become better. However, who is still weak in the perfection of his heart and his soul should make use of the strokes, as indicated earlier in my main speech, and he will provide great relief for a person suffering from a bodily illness. He will also be able to send somebody into a raptured sleep, and the treated will prophesy for him in his sleep, which can help him. The prophecy must then be applied precisely, and in time the ill person will get better. But of course, not that fast, as if a spiritual perfected person would lay his blessed hands on him, whereby the healing can and will take place immediately. In such a way, everyone can convince himself that in a raptured sleep, even the otherwise most silly soul, even of a child, can prophesy, because she is for the moment connected with her most spiritual life germ. If after the raptured sleep, the most inner life germ is brought back into his resting place, the soul awakens again in her flesh, and from all which she has seen and spoken out of herself, she knows absolutely nothing. But this proves that nowhere a soul can become so corrupted that she cannot be healed anymore. '74. Example of a magnetic sleep. The Lord. But that you can practically see this, I will arrange for a really stupid and bad person to arrive from Caesarea Philippi. He will be treated by one of you, and you will see and hear the surprise-worthy wisdom of this silly and bad person when placed in a rapturous sleep. But if he awakens again, he will immediately become the same evil and silly person as he was before, and we will have quite some work to do to breathe into him in a natural way only some kind of enlightened concepts of God and man. Says Cyrenius, "Lord, I'm exceedingly glad about this. Surely we will be able to experience and learn a lot. Is the said person already on its way to here?" I said, "Yes, he is looking for you and will ask you in a very clumsily manner for support, since during the fire he has lost a hut, 2 sheep, 1 goat and a donkey. But he learned that you are here and provide aid to those in distress, and therefore the otherwise quite silly person is on his way to ask you to replace his suffered damages. Although a poor wretch, he did not suffer too much, since he stole the 2 sheep from somebody else 2 days before the fire, and the donkey and the goat became his property already a year ago in very similar manner. From this information you can see that our new arrival is quite a bad scoundrel, but at the same time also quite silly. What with such people originates from the animalistic blind greed. He could very easily save his hut with all his belongings, but during the fire he sneaked around everywhere to pocket in an unlawful manner some funds. Now, he did not find anything, and when he sullenly returned home, he found his hut in the most beautiful flames, and his 4 animals were already burned up to the bones. Until today he wailed around his hut, but when an hour ago he learned that you were present here, because of the above-mentioned reasons, without giving it too much of a thought, he decided to come here and see for himself. If you are really present, and if you are also actually compensate for damages. I have painted him for you a little in advance, so that you know with what person you have to do, and how you have to behave, at least in the beginning. The better you will learn from himself afterwards. Asked Cyrenius, Should I give any compensation? I said, Not now, since you must first question him in a real Roman manner. Only after the treatment, if he becomes a little more humane, the other can be arranged. But Zinka should carry out the treatment on him, since he possesses the most strength for it. I will lay my hands on Zinka beforehand, so that he have more strength to carry out the treatment. And Zinka, who was around me all the time not to lose one single word, came to the fore and said, Lord, how will I be able to cope, since I'm not familiar enough with the treatment? I said, Place the right hand on the forehead and the left on the pit of the stomach, and he will soon sink into the disgust sleep and also start speaking, but with a weaker voice than in his natural state. If you want to awake him again, then you only have to place your hands in the reverse order for a few moments. As soon as he awakes, you withdraw your hands and the treatment is over. Zinka now agrees with everything and is also full of the firmest faith that he will manage, and awaits longingly his man, but still asks me if he should carry out the treatment immediately after his arrival, or if he should wait for a sign from me. I said, I will show you when you have to act, since first you have to be familiar with his silliness and roughness, which means the state of the illness of his soul. Once you have recognized this sufficiently, only then it is time to observe his soul in a healthy state, and to recognize from this that no person should be judged by you people and condemned into full downfall, while every soul carries a healthy life germ inside him. But be prepared and pay attention. He will be here soon. ch50. Zorel asks for compensation. I nearly haven't finished speaking when our man, whose name was Zorel, arrived with a very groggy expression on his face, wrapped in half-burned rags and making a lot of noise. I indicated to Julius to meet him and ask him what he wants and what he is looking for here in the afternoon. And Julius, with a very serious face, goes and does what I have advised him to do. And Zorel positions himself and says with a firm voice, I am a completely burnt-down citizen from the town, and only learned today that the great Cyrenius is here, to support by rich means those who suffered from the fire. I also took the courage to come here, to firstly see for myself if Cyrenius is here, and if he really does something to support the victims. If he does something according to the honourable Roman custom, I surely will not have come here in vain. But if he, for whatever reason, does nothing, he certainly will not make an exception with me. Therefore tell me, you honourable Roman, whether Cyrenius is here, and if he, as I have heard, exercises charity, so that I can go to him and beg for it. Says Julius, Yes, he is here, and carries out significant reliefs, but only to those who are known to him with a completely irreproachable reputation. If this is also the case with you, you will not return empty-handed home. He is sitting there at the long table in the shade of the high cypresses and cedars, and gives audiences in all directions. Go there and introduce yourself. But be thoroughly prepared, since he is sharp-sighted as an eagle, and often sums up the character of a person at first sight. He never is more critical than when distributing reliefs. Upon this preface, Zorel starts to think deeply about what he should do under the given circumstances. After a short while, he decides to limp to Cyrenius, which is in fact a silly false act by him. When arriving at Cyrenius, he bows 3 times, touching the earth with his head. After completing the 3rd bow, he speaks with a shaking, shrieking voice. "High Lord and most strict ruler, I, Zorel, former little citizen from the burnt-down town Caesarea Philippi, begs your highest Roman strict rule to help me, an unfortunate poor victim, with something small, even ordinary money and some clothes, since I do not own anything else except these rags. I was the fair owner of a small hut with an added share of 2 mornings." Note 1. An old land measure can be very different depending on the region. Actual meaning, as much land as could be ploughed in 1 morning. Meagre agricultural land. I had a wife, which the gods immediately took to the Elysium 2 years ago. I did not have any children, but I still have a maid, which is still living with me, but also without children. My moving property consisted of 2 sheep, 1 goat and 1 donkey, and a few bad agricultural tools and some clothing. Everything went up in smoke and flames when I was busy extinguishing other houses. I am now, like hundreds with me, a complete beggar. Even my maid, which was the only life support I had, left me because I could not give her anything any more. Which, however, shall be remembered, since should I have the extraordinary luck to obtain a hut and some other property again, and she wants to return, I will certainly know how to send that thoughtless person away from the house. Generally, in the future of my life I will flee and despise everything what is called woman, since no woman is worth anything. They say that I am a stupid animal, and do not understand how to handle a woman, and that my wife has died because of grief. If this was the case, then I would not have mourned nearly for 1 year for her, and my maid would not have stayed out of her free will with me until the accident, despite not being able to give her a large wage. It is in general quite a disgrace that a man is also born by a woman. Under the circumstances, it would be nearly better if my body's mother would have been a female bear. If the gods have arranged everything wisely, they surely made a blunder with women, and this is not to their honour. Therefore it is completely right, if Juno continuously causes Zeus a lot of trouble. Besides, it seems that all the divine family is not yet fully cooked. Otherwise it would not be possible for them to make such real silly jokes, even too dumb for human beings. I am a religious person and honour the gods because of some wise institutions in the world. But if they sometimes smell of stupidity, I'm not a friend of them anymore. Would our town have burnt down if Apollo would not have caused one or the other stupid prank? He fell, just as our wise priests firmly state, from some unusual fine fleshly earth nymph, perhaps even paying her a dirty visit, while in the meantime Juno or Diana played a practical joke on him. And we poor beggars must pay for this nice joke of the gods. That a person gets weak from time to time, normally out of a shortage of sufficient experiences, is understandable. Can the weak stalk help it, if blown by the wind back and forth? But if the immense cedars, which are symbols of our dear gods, just like the stalk, are also bending and bowing in all directions, according to the wretched earthly winds, sometimes even in a dirty direction, it is incomprehensible, and only a little soberly thinking person must view this as quite silly. What about a god now? If he acts wisely, as it is worthy for a god, he merits all admiration. But if he from time to time acts like a mortal weak person, and we poor people undeservedly coming to harm by a careless prank of the gods, then this is silly of a god, and therefore I cannot honour and praise him. You, high ruler and actually self a little of a half-god, will surely recognise that only the gods can be blamed for my misfortune, especially Apollo, who fell in love. I therefore beg you to replace the damage. '76. Sorel's idea of property. Says Cyrenius, "How much do you wish that I should give you?" Says Sorel, "Not too little, but also not too much. If I can only reinstate what has been lost, I have been covered." Says Cyrenius, "Are you also familiar with the laws of Rome, which has been given to the nations to protect their acquired property?" Says Sorel, "Oh yes, not all like a legal scholar, but I know about some of them. Against those which I'm familiar with, I never have sinned. A sin against unknown laws is anyway zero. By the way, I'm Greek, and we Greeks have never taken the strict mine and yours too seriously, since we are more for a communal property than for a single owner property. Because communal property produces friendliness, brotherhood, true and durable honesty, and goes against the lust for power among the people, what surely is a good thing. However, single ownership always produces greed, envy, poverty, theft, robbery, murder, and the most extraordinary imperiousness, from which finally all earthly evil arises for mankind, like from a Pandora's box. If there would be no excessively sharp laws in favour of single ownership, there would also be far less theft and all kinds of fraudulence. I say and maintain that the single ownership protective laws are the fertilised ground on which all conceivable vices are flourishing to ripeness, while with communal property, neither envy, imperiousness, envious, addiction, backbiting, deception, theft, robbery, murder, nor any war and other misery could ever establish itself. Since I always recognized the laws for the protection of the single ownership as a horror of devastation for a friendly and brotherly society, and still recognize, I at least regarding smaller things, never was bothered much by a conscience, if I have acquired them in an illegal manner. If somebody has lent something from me in the same manner, he surely would never be pursued by me. My hut and my land are legally mine. Now, with that, what was in it as my moving property, I never looked at it too precisely, because of the cited true reasons, and because I'm a Spartan. The one who knows Sparta and its old and wisest laws knows clearly why I never had any special conscience because of a so-called small theft. The 2 sheep, the goat and my donkey were actually not bought, but also not really stolen goods of my property, since I found them in the woods grazing like game. Not all at once, but nevertheless, one by one. The owner of those large grazing fields in the woods is also the owner of many thousands of the same animals. The small loss certainly did not cause him a lot of harm, while to me it was extremely useful. But that I surely have not sinned too severely against the Roman property protection laws, particularly since I have found the mentioned animals in the large hourly long and wide woods as individually wandering around, and as such regarded as lost by their legal owner. The secondary harvest is even allowed by the Jews, who have a law from the highest God himself in this regard. Why then should it be a criminal act with us Romans? Only with the sword in the hands of the earthly powerful, this means by the power of wild bears and lions, can such absurd single-owner protection laws be defended. But never by reason. Even if all 10,000 gods are in favour of it, I still be against it for as long as I live, with the ability to think purely, as I have done now, and always have thought. You, High Ruler, carries the sword of power, and can punish me, poor beggar, as it pleases you. But the straight lines of my life principles you will not be able to bend with all the weapons of Rome. But if you have other and more convincing reasons for a strict legal property, I will listen to them and adapt my future way of life accordingly. '77. The truth about Zorel. With his eyes widening, Cyrenius says to me somewhat secretly, "Lord, you earlier made the preliminary remark that this person is quite silly and evil. But now this person speaks so organized, as if he was one of the first advocates of the heathens. He has not accepted a lot from Judaism, but with our laws and in those of the old Greeks' empire, he is knowledgeable just as one of us. And there is not much to say against it. All the time I'm waiting for a real stupidity, but in vain. He only becomes brighter and defends his theft in a manner that nearly nothing can be said against it. Under the given circumstances, what should be done with him?" I said, "Leave it that. He himself will disprove in a very striking manner everything which he, according to his very silly idea, regards now as completely reasonable. Examine him just a little more, since it is quite important to me that you clearly learn to distinguish between the humanly so-called mother-wit's reason and the reasoning of the mind." Says Cyrenius, "Now then, I'm in the highest degree curious what will be the end of it. Says Zorel, asking, High Ruler of Rome, what can I expect? Are you sharing my opinion, or should I convert to yours, which you of course have not yet pronounced? Says Cyrenius, we still have to discuss quite a few issues with each other before I will concede or not concede to your request. It seems that you are a mother-witty owl, and your honesty appears to have not very deep roots. Let's put aside for the moment, if you have found the 4 animals under discussion as lost for their legal owner, wandering around the forest, or perhaps in another way, and if you have only found your other house tools. But now I tell you something else. And this is, that here, in my company, and also in other places, are clairvoyant people, who already have provided thousands of proofs of their clairvoyant ability, and that I believe their highly common sense advice, to such an extent, that same cannot be weakened by 100,000 counter-arguments. See? Such a man told me, even before you could have left the city, that you will come, and what you want from me. Before even seeing you, I already knew that misfortune has befallen you. But you also could have easily prevented it, if you would have stayed at home. But your illegal perceptions about property protection laws drove you into the streets of the burning town, to somewhere obtain something along illegal means. In the meantime, your straw hut caught fire, and this quickly destroyed your illegal possessions. The fact that at this opportunity your maiden has left you stuck in excrements is understandable, since she knows you, and knows that you are a person who cannot be trusted in such circumstances. Irrespective of how much you are against the legal single ownership laws, in your home you want to be completely assured of them and exercise them freely. Now, the fire has illegally destroyed your property, and you cannot hold the element strictly responsible, since it will not give you any reason and answers. But you would have come down very hard on your maiden, and under all kind of maltreatment, you would have claimed from her that on life and death she had to replace the damages, since you firmly would have insisted that the fire destroyed everything only because of her negligence. See, this and also other things were said about you by such people in advance, whom I believe fully, more than all the gods of Rome and Athens. But in our laws is written a proverb which says, Audiatur et altera pars. Also, the other party is heard. And according to this, you are allowed to provide me with rebutting evidence. To justify yourself, tell me everything what you know and what you can. I will listen to everything with the greatest patience. '78. Zorel asks for safe retreat. After thinking a little, Zorel says, High Ruler, if you already claim in advance to believe rather one of your proven fortune tellers than 100,000 others witnesses, that I really want to know. For what it will be good that I give you in any case a mania-witty answer from my side. Against your unchangeable belief, based on whatever reasons, it is impossible to provide you with any rebutting evidence. In addition, you hold the great power in your hands. Who could start to argue with you? What use is it to me if I most convincingly tell you that this is not the case? You will introduce the fortune-teller to me, who will again tell me in my face what you already have told me, and I will be left sitting with my reply in the puddle of all puddles. In short, with your over 100,000 belief, nothing further can be done than to let you keep it good-naturedly, since you still will believe the fortune-teller more than 100,000 proofs put by me to you. To such pre-assertion I can say nothing else than, High Ruler, forgive me that I have approached you. By the way, I still stand by my principle that single ownership protected by sharply sanctioned laws is 1,000 times worse for human society than a free communal property. I have already expressed my reasons for this real Pandora's box, and therefore it is not necessary to repeat them. Only this I add to it, that in future, because of tiresome must of the outer, raw power, I will let go the practice of my principle. Indeed, I do not see any good for poor mankind regarding ownership protection laws, which is basically the biggest irrationality. But what can a single person, wrapped in the most wretched rags, do against 100,000 times 100,000s? Even by legal ownership, smaller evils within communal ownership may be used as an argument based on the fact that every evil brings also some good with it. But the argument of smaller evils does not stand in any relation with the horrors which arise and must arise out of the undermined single ownership system. I therefore have finished speaking. Under the given circumstances, I certainly cannot expect anything good, and therefore it will be better, with your merciful approval, that I leave. But only with your approval. According to the true appearing accusations against me, and known to the gods, of which you will be full of from your fortune-tellers, I'm standing as a criminal before you, and they must be punished before releasing them again. The law must be satisfied with the blood of a poor beggar before giving him his freedom again. If I stand according to your perceptions as a punishable criminal before you, then punish me immediately, and then give me my freedom or death. It doesn't matter to me anymore, because I stand completely defenseless before you. You Romans are and will be dry knights of the law, and nobody can protect his reason and his need against the revenge of your laws. Say, High Ruler, may I, as I have come, depart again? Or must I wait here for a punishment imposed on me? '79. Preparations for the magnetic sleep. Says Cyrenius in a serious but nevertheless human soft voice, you are not allowed to depart. However, you have not to stay awaiting punishment, but only for your own welfare. We Romans had never any pleasure to punish any sinners, but only regarding their true and complete betterment. If this can be achieved without the sharp punishing stick, we would prefer this always a lot more. We only take the punishing stick in hand if all other means fail. Thus, nobody is called to the strictest responsibility for sinning against the salutary law once. This only happens then if he repeatedly commits the same sin, either from too great carelessness or out of a all-destroying wilfulness. Whoever repeatedly commits a sin by wilfulness must also be punished wilfully. Now, according to your old Spartan principles, you only have sinned out of need, and for the first time are standing in front of a judge. Based on this fact alone, you will not be damned and judged. But you must discard your evil and silly principles. Your ill soul will be cured, and you must recognize the blessing of the wise laws, and only then start to act accordingly. And only then you will depart from here as a completely freed man, and you will have a great joy, because you will become a truly pure and free man. But for such healing to be effective, a pure and physical and spiritual strong person from our society will lay his healing hands on your head and your chest, and only such extremely tender treatment will awaken and enliven the slumbering concepts inside yourself, whereby you will recognize the welfare of the well-organized and sharply sanctioned laws of Rome, and you will be even glad about it. Do you agree with this? Says Zorel, somewhat more cheerful as before. High Lord and eminent ruler, I already agree with everything not called beating, decapitation, or even crucifixion. However, that such treatment will make me better and provides me with more reasonable principles, I cannot vouch for, since an old tree cannot that easily be bent again. But I do not want to completely daub the possibility. Where is the man who will lay his strong hands on me? Cyrenius asked me on the side if the time has come. I said, just a little more patience. Give the soul a little more time to digest. This person is now full of excited thoughts, and would be difficult to bring him out into the rapturous sleep. It is also not allowed to point Zinka out to him as the one who is chosen for it, until the right time has come. I will give you a sign. After these my words, and after such my orders, everyone was quiet for a while, and our Zinka waits with a fearing joy for my sign to treat Sorel. But he was busy with all kinds of thoughts regarding what they all, in all seriousness, are planning to do with him, either good or bad. He examines all our faces and says by himself, "No, from these people I do not detect any cunningness. One can trust them. They can only do good, however, never something bad." Now, this preparation out of himself was necessary before the treatment, since without it, the laying on of hands by Zinke would be a fruitless effort. Because at these treatments, the patient must place himself in a sort of faithful and trustful state. Otherwise, it would not be possible, even with all humanly possible and overflooding soul-substantial strength, to bring him into the salutary rapturous sleep. It is something completely different with a perfected people, who out of the Spirit and in the Spirit are reborn. They only require, just as I am, their excited will, and the act of healing is accomplished. However, with people who are not yet fully reborn, the treatment of an ill person must be accompanied by an awakening and regeneration of the person to be treated beforehand. Otherwise, as said, the whole treatment would be a wasted effort and work. Now our Zorel is ripe, and soon I will give Zinke a sign to lay his hands on Zorel. ch50. Zorel comes to self-awareness. I now give Zinke a sign, and he goes immediately to Zorel and says, "Brother, the Lord who is almighty and full of mercy, goodness and love and wisdom, wants it that I should heal you by laying on my life-strength hands. Do not fear anything, but trust and become another person. And nothing, whatever you need for your bodily and spiritual true welfare, will be withheld from you. If you want to, and if you trust me, your true friend and brother, then allow me to lay my hands on you." Says Zorel, "Friend, with those loyal words, you can send me to the Tartarus, and I shall go. Therefore, just go ahead and put your hands on me, where and how you ever want, and I will not oppose you." Says Zinke, "Now then, sit on this bench, and I want the power of God to flow through you." Says Zorel, "Which God? Probably Zeus, Apollo, Mars, Mercury or Vulcan, Pluto or Neptune? I beg you, just keep Pluto out of the play, because I truly do not want to be penetrated by his hurricane force." Says Zinke, "Let the gods be, who existed nowhere else than in the imagination of people who were blind for a long period of time. There exists only one true God, and this is the God you do not know, for whom you heathens also build a temple, but until now has not recognized him. But now the time has come that also you will get to know this only true God. And see, by this God's mercy and strength, you will be penetrated for your welfare if I lay my hands on you." Says Zorel, "If so, Then just go ahead to lay your hands on me in a way which you know best. Thereupon Zinke puts his hands on Zorel in the previously described manner, and Zorel immediately falls into a magnetic sleep. After a big quarter of an hour, Zorel, otherwise fast asleep, starts speaking with strongly closed eyes. "Oh God! Oh God! What a wretched and evil person I am! And what honest and sincere person I could have been, if I only wanted it to be. But therein lie the curse of sin, the lie and haughtiness, which are both the actual basic sins, always reproducing anew and increasing like the grass on earth and the sand in the sea. Oh God! I have so many sins and flaws on my soul that I can't see my skin because of all the sins. Yes, I'm stuck like in a dense smoke and fog because of the force of my countless sins. Oh God! Oh God! Who will ever be able to free me from my sins? I am a main thief. I am a liar. And if I lie, I keep lying anew, to strengthen the old lie by a new one, to trying to make some truth out of it. Oh, I'm a hideous lying dog. Everything I own, I only took possession of by lying and deceit, and by secret and open theft. Of course, in my great blindness, I regarded everything as no sin, but I also had quite often the opportunity to be convinced by the truth. But I did not want to be convinced. I always used Sparta and Lycurg and despised the wise laws of justice of Rome. Oh, I am too much of a common bad scoundrel. Now, the only thing which comforts me is that I not yet have murdered anyone. But it was close. If my maiden would not have run away before I have returned home, she would have become a sad victim of my devil-bad fury. Oh, I'm an execrable monster. I'm worse than a bear, worse than a lion, worse than a tiger, worse than a hyena, much worse than a wolf, and much, much worse than a wild pig. Since I'm also clever like a fox, and this makes me a true devil in disguise. Oh, I'm very sick in my soul, and you, Brother Zinke, will only be able to heal me with a great effort, or not at all. It starts to get a little brighter in me, and the thick smoke and the dense fog around me dwindles. See, they are getting thinner, and it appears to me if I can breathe more easily. But in this greater brightness, I can really see my true monstrosity, full of all kinds of leprosy, full of bulges and disgusting growths. Oh, oh, my figure is a true monster. Where is the doctor who can cure me? My bad body is healthy, though, but I wouldn't mind the bad body if only my soul would be healthy. Oh God, if someone could see my soul, he would be horrified regarding its too great ugliness. The brighter it gets around me, the more terrible my soul appears. Brother Zinka, doesn't there exist any means whereby my soul could become just a little better appearance? '81. Cleansing of the sleeping soul. Sorel starts to sigh in his sleep, and some think that he will wake up now. But I say to them, oh, definitely not. This was only the first stage of his sleep. He will keep on sleeping for over an hour and will soon start to speak again, but in another and higher stage of his soul life. This stage consisted in him unwinding the soul from her carnal and worldly sensuous passions, which he saw as many illnesses on the form body of his soul, and against which he was seized by the deepest loathing. For such soul illnesses there exists no other medicine other than, firstly, by recognizing them, then the deepest loathing, and finally the firm will to get rid of them as soon as possible. Once the will is there, the healing can progress much easier. Just pay attention. Soon he will start speaking again. If he again asks you about something, friend Zinka, then answer him just with your thoughts, and he will hear and understand you quite well. I nearly finished giving Zinka such instructions when Sorel started speaking again and said, see, I cried about my great misery. From my tears a pond was created like Siloam in Jerusalem, and now I bath myself in this pond. And see, the water of the pond heals the many wounds, ulcers and bulges on the body of my soul. Ah, this is a true healing bath. I still see the scars, but the wounds, bulges and ulcers have disappeared from my body of my so poor soul. But how is this possible? That a visible pond was created from my tears? The pond is surrounded by a quite beautiful landscape. It is a landscape of consolation and lovely hope. Also, in my emotions, it appears, if I can hope for a complete recovery. Ah, the landscape is so delightful. I would like to stay here forever. The water in my pond is now very clear, while before it was murky. And the clearer it becomes, the more it has a salutary effect on me. Ah, now I also notice that something like a strong will starts to stir within me. And behind the strong will, I noticed something like a word drive, and it speaks loudly. I want to. I must, because I want to. Who can restrain in me what I want? I am free in my will. I'm not allowed to will what I should, but I want what I myself want. What is true and good is what I want, because I myself want it, and nobody can force me to it. I now recognize the truth. It is a divine light from the heavens. All our gods are shadow figures. They are nothing, absolutely nothing. Who believes in them is worse off than a real fool, since a real fool will never believe in such most trifling gods. Nowhere I see the gods, but I see the divine light and hear the divine word. But nowhere I can see God, since he is too holy for me. The water of my pond has changed into a lake around me. The lake is not deep. The water reaches up to my loins. And it is clear, so tremendously clear. But there are still no fish in it. Yes, there will never be fish in there, since the fish are originating from the breath of God. And this is truly an almighty breath. I'm only a weak human soul, whose breath cannot create fish of God. Oh, it requires a lot. One must be very almighty if one wants to create fish with one's breath. Oh, never can a person do that, since a person is much too weak for it. It would not really be completely impossible for a person, but then he must be full of the divine will and the divine spirit. For a right person, this is not impossible, but I'm not a right person. Therefore, it is completely impossible for me. But the water is pure, and the bottom consists also of a lot of pure, beautiful grass. It's quite miraculous. Under the water, so much beautiful grass. And see, the grass continuously grows and starts to displace the beautiful water. Yes, yes, the hope becomes mightier than knowledge, and it's an accompanying fear. Ah, now I see a person on the quite distant shore. He waves to me. Yes, I want to go to him, but I don't know how deep the lake is. If somewhere quite deep places would occur, I could go under and would be lost. But there is a voice coming from the water. I'm equally deep everywhere. You can walk without fear and anxiousness through me. Go to him who calls you, who is going to lead and judge you. This is extraordinary. Here, even the water and the grass can talk. No, this never occurred before. I now go to the friend on the shore. He must be a friend, otherwise he would not have waved to me. Zinka, it is not you. It is someone else. Now I can see you also behind him. But you are, by a great margin, not as friendly like him. Who might that be? But I'm very much ashamed before him, since I'm naked. My body looks quite good now. I nearly do not detect any signs of illnesses on it any more. Oh, if I only had a shirt! But I'm completely naked, like someone who takes a bath. But I must go to him. His waving draws me immensely. I go now, and see, it goes quite well. '82. Covering of the healed soul. Here a break occurs in the monologue of Sorel, and Sinker asks, how does he see all this, and how does he walk through water but still lying motionless as if he was dead? I said, his soul sees now only the circumstances leading to his betterment. From this an own world forms in the mind of the soul, and this what you here call a movement of thoughts appears in the kingdom of the soul as a movement from one place to another. The pond which originated from the tears and the waters healing his soul represents his remorse for the committed sins, and the bath therein indicates real repentance, which arises out of remorse. The clear water indicates his just recognition of his sins and shortcomings, and the expansion of the pond into a lake represents the powerful wish to be cleaned and healed out of himself. The beautiful grass under the water indicates hope for the achieving full health and the higher free mercy of God. This already appears on the still quite distant shore. I, myself, representing this in the spirit and in the will. The movement to me through the waters of true remorse and repentance indicates the progress of the soul to true betterment. All this is for his soul only a corresponding appearance, from which the soul can see of what she consists of, and what she plans and does in her mind to better herself. Of course, in this state, only in the will, without any outer real action. This must only follow if in an awakened state, and the soul is fully connected to the body again. Soon, he will be with me, and will start talking again. Just pay close attention. Everything he is going to say now corresponds with his inner soul state. There still will appear some confusion until he reaches the third stage, which is a temporary connection with his pure life germ. In the third stage, you will be able to convince yourself how coherent and wise he can speak. At the moment, only his purified soul is speaking. But during the third stage, his spirit will speak out of him. And then you will not detect gaps anymore. He then will talk, letting you feel quite warm in your hearts. He now comes to shore and says, "Ah, this was a rather laborious trip. Now I'm with you, noble friend. Do you have a shirt for me? See, I'm dreadfully ashamed about my nakedness." I say to him, out of my now visible spirit and will, "Get out of the water. You will be dressed according to your actions." Says Zorel's soul, "Friend, oh, do not speak about my actions, since they are vain, bad, and evil. If I receive clothes accordingly, then it will look terrible, black and ragged." I said, "If so, then there is plenty of water here to wash it until it is white." Says Zorel, "Oh, friend, this means trying to wash a black man until he is white. This will not end well. But something is better than nothing. Therefore I will come out of the water." By my feet lies a toga with many folds, but very dirty, although the basic colour is white-grey. A peculiarity of the heathen dress colour in the spirit world. He takes the dress and is disgusted about its dirt, which is actually a good sign. Nevertheless, he takes it, runs with it to the water, and starts to rub and rinse and finally wrings it. Now he has finished washing, and the dress is clean. Since it is still moist, he doesn't dare to courageously put it on. But I indicate to him that he nevertheless should put it on. He previously did not mind the water, so why should he now have a sort of loathing for a little moist dress? Now he says, "Just listen, since he will say it loudly." Zorel, "This is true. Earlier, the whole lake did not bother me, and now the moist shirt should do something to me? Just on the body with it. Ah, this feels good." '83. The etheric body of the soul and his sense organ. Now, Zinka makes with his thoughts a question and says, "Does the soul also has a body?" Zinka asked this question since he himself does not have the slightest idea how the soul looks like and of what it consists of. Because the general Jewish concept of a soul was that they imagined it as a sort of misty fog and said, "The soul is a pure spirit who has a mind and a will, but certainly does not have a form and even less any body." Therefore Zinka's eyes widened when Zorel gave him an answer to his thought question. Of course does the soul has a body, however, only ethereal. But for the soul her body is nevertheless a perfect body, just as for the flesh is a perfect body. The soul body has everything whatever is present in the body of the flesh. Of course, you can't see this with the eyes of your flesh, but I can see, hear, feel, smell, and taste everything, since also the soul has the same senses as the body, as a means to communicate between it and its soul. The senses of the body are the leading reins in the hands of the soul to control her body for the outer world. If the body would not have such senses, it would be totally useless and an intolerable burden to the soul. Just think of a person who is completely blind and deaf, would not feel pain or the ease of health, but also not have any sense of smell or taste. Think for yourself if such a body would be of any use for the soul. Wouldn't she completely despair with her otherwise fullest and clearest consciousness? To the same measure, the sharpest senses of the body would not mean anything to the soul if she would not possess exactly the same senses in her ethereal body. Because the soul possesses the same senses as the body, she notices easily and precisely with her sensitive senses what at first the senses of the body have taken in from the outer world. Now you know that the soul is also a bodily form. Now you know it, since I have told you as I see, feel, and notices it bodily. But if I wake up again, then you will still remember it. But I will not know anything about it, since I see, feel, and notices it only with my sensitive senses of my soul, but not at the same time with the senses of my body. If I would observe everything here also with the senses of my body, they would engrave certain markings on the nerves of my brain and on the life nerves of the flesh heart, and I, the soul, would find them again in my flesh body and recognize them completely. But since I'm now standing completely free, nearly without any link to my body, and therefore are not able to leave an impression on the senses of my body, I will not remember anything at all about what I now see, hear and feel and speak, and everything that happens to me now, after the re-entry into my body. But also the soul has the ability to remember, and accordingly can remember even minutest and most unimportant detail about whatever happened to her. But she can do this only in her free state. But if she is in her completely dark body, which dazes everything spiritual, she can only see, hear, and feel the coarse and overpowering rustling and raw impressions. About herself she barely knows her own existence, not mentioning that she recognizes any higher and deeper spiritual impressions residing inside her. You also have a soul, just as I myself are now a complete free soul. But you also knew very little or nothing about yourself. The reason for this lies in the darkest flesh, with which every soul is wrapped up for some time. Only now, because I have left some impressions on the nerves in the back of your head by the voice of my living body's mouth, and you, as a soul through such impressions, can read the same primordial markings in yourself. You now know also, as a soul, and not only in the flesh, that you have a soul, and that, based on your thinking and desiring, you are a soul yourself, which in her ethereal bodily being has the same figure as your body. However, do not be surprised if I tell you, when later waking up again in the earthly life, I will not know about anything what I have said now, since I have explained the reason for that already. '84. Sorel's soul on his way to self-denial. Sorel. Now the friend says to me, "Come, Sorel, leave this place. I will take you to another place." I go now away with the good friend, far away and away from the lake. We are strolling now through a marvellous avenue, and the trees are bowing before him whom I'm following. He must be something big in the kingdom of all spirits. Oh, some of the trees nearly break while bowing. You, Zinka, are also going with us, but you look very foggy and seem not to notice how the trees are bowing in front of my friend. This is something unusual for this world, but nevertheless is true. Strange, strange. Now the trees even start to talk. They shout loudly in a well-perceptible whispering. Hail to the Holy of all holiness. Hail the great King of all kings, from eternity to eternity. Don't you think that this is highly unusual? Annoyingly, you still pretend as if you do not notice it, or that it is a very ordinary appearance, like a decaying rain on earth. Yes, yes, the friend, to whom the trees bow and praising him, tells me that this, what is similar to you, is not you, but only a shadow-like outer picture of your soul, and only produces itself in our atmosphere. From your soul are radiating certain life beams, similar to those of a light. As soon as they touch our atmosphere, they form in a similar manner an image, like the radiating beams of a person in daylight falling onto the surface of a mirror, also forming immediately the image of the person from whom the beams are originating. I will only look at your feet and convince myself that you are not walking, but only gliding with us. Quite right. You are not moving your feet, neither your hands, but nevertheless follows us in a distance of about 7 good steps. Yes, now I understand why you can't see the trees bowing, or hear their marvellous whispering. But the avenue becomes narrower and narrower, and the trees are getting smaller, but standing closer together. But the bowing and whispering therefore does not end. The path is also getting more difficult. The avenue is now so narrow, and the path so full of thorns and bushes, that we only get through with great difficulty. The end is still not in sight, although the friend says that the path will end soon, and we will have reached our destination. Oh, now the bushes are getting quite dense, and the surface nearly rocky, and between the rocks everything is full of thorns and thistles. It is almost impossible to make any progress. I asked the friend why we have chosen such a hopelessly bad path. But the friend says, just look right and left, and on both sides you will see the sea, which is bottomless deep. This is the only firm land tongue, although at the end very narrow and thorny, which winds between the two endless big seas. It connects the entire earthly world with the great paradise land for those who are blessed in the beyond. Who wants to get there must put up with this path, since it is the only one. You see, Zinka, such strange answer gave me the friend and leader of my insignificance. I ask him again and say, on earth, there are also many bad roads, but the people help each other. They take mattocks, staples and shovels and repair the road. Why isn't it done here? But the friend says, because this immense undergrowth protects this land tongue from the very powerful storms of the sea. If it wasn't for this land tongue to be protected by this so dense and firm undergrowth, it would have long since been washed away by the mighty waves from the seas on both sides. Because this thorny undergrowth is so closely knit, especially towards both shorelines. The strong waves break against it. The foam is settled between the dense twigs, which in time hardens to a rock. And by this action, this important land tongue becomes stronger and stronger. But this land tongue has the name humility and firm, basic truth. Both humility and truth have always been full of thorns for the people. Behold, Zinka, this is what the friend has spoken, and inside myself it gets strangely bright, and I start to notice as if something starts to stir in my heart. And what is stirring is a light, and the light has a form in the heart, like an embryo in the mother's womb. It is completely clear. I see it. But now it gets bigger and mightier. Ah, what a marvelous and completely pure light this is. This is most likely the actual life flame out of God in the true heart of man. Yes, yes, this is it. It still grows continuously. Oh, it does me so good. We still stroll along the narrow path, but the undergrowth and thorns do not bother me anymore. I also do not feel any pain if from time to time a thorn stings or scratches me. Now the undergrowth gets thinner. The trees are getting bigger again, and a marvelous avenue opens up. The undergrowth has stopped completely. The land tongue gets wider, and the shores of the seas are getting further and further away from us. And in the far distance, I already can see a marvelous land with the most beautiful mountains. And over the mountains shines a most marvelous red of dawn. But we are still inside the avenue, which gets bigger and wider. And now very large and high trees still haven't stopped to bow their majestic crowns before my friend and leader. And their whispering sounds now like the most marvelous and purest tuned harps. Oh, Zinka! There, yes, there. There it is already indescribably marvelous. But you are still gliding with us, and still are mute like before. But you can't help it, since it is not you, but only your cursorily effigy. Oh, if you only could see it as well, but also to keep alive the good markings while returning to the earthly life. What an unforgettable person you could be. However, the friend says, in time the living memory to everything will be given back to me. But before that, I also have to walk in the flesh this thorny road, which will find itself. '85. Zorel in Paradise. Zorel. Ah, my inner life light gets tremendously strong. It already penetrates all my intestines. Oh, how pleasing is this light for my whole being! I see it now in the form of a 4-year-old child with an extremely friendly expression. And it must be very wise, since it looks like a most purely thought small god, but not like a fantasy god of the Egyptians, Greeks, and Romans, but like a wondrous effigy of the true God of the Jews. It is an effigy of the true divinity. Oh, now I can see very clearly that there is only one true God. But only those will see his holy face who have a perfectly pure heart. For me, it will be quite difficult to see him, since my heart is already very impure. You will, friend Zinka, because I can't detect any impurities in your heart, except the spot and the thread, the necessary means by which you have to be connected to the world for some time. But now I can see the wide end of the avenue in quite some distance. There is no sign of the sea anymore. Everywhere the most lush and most beautiful land and gardens on end. Everywhere the most beautiful houses and palaces. Oh, this is an indescribable splendor. My friend says that this is far short of heaven, but it is paradise. No mortal has made it into heaven as yet, because up to now, no bridge has been built to there. All the good people who lived on earth since the beginning of creation stay here with Adam, Noah, Abraham, Isaac and Jacob. Those high mountains form the border of this wondrous, magnificent land. Who would get onto those mountains could see heaven with the great crowds of angels of God. But nobody could enter until a firm bridge is built forever over the bottomless great abyss. We are walking now as fast as the wind. The light person in me is already the size of an 8-year-old boy, and it appears to me that his thoughts are penetrating my whole being like lightning. I can feel their incomprehensible sublimity and depth, but I still do not grasp their forms. Something wondrous must be in it. Every ejected thought flash causes me an indescribable feeling of sensational happiness. Such happiness is unknown to the whole world, which cannot feel it, because the whole world is only a merciful judgment of God, but nevertheless a judgment. In the best judgment, happiness is always distributed meagerly. Now we are getting quite close to the high mountains, and it gets increasingly marvelous. Which indescribable variety of miracles over miracles! To describe them all, 1,000 lifetimes would not be enough. And look at that! On the mountains are living countless of the most beautiful people. But it seems that they do not notice us. This means me and my dear friend. Since they passing us with quick and always happy steps, but do not show that they can see us, while even the trees are noticeably greeting my friend. These are strange spirit people. At this opportunity we have reached the summit of one of the high mountains. Oh God! Oh God! There we are standing now, and especially me, like a true ox at the mountain. I see increasingly clearer in the farthest distance a great, exceedingly bright horizon. It is the beginning of the heaven of God, which continuously expands higher and higher forever. But between here and there opens an abyss greater than the space between earth and the sun. A bridge will be built across. With God, everything is quite possible. But now my inner light person is as big as I'm myself. And strange, I'm starting to get sleepy. And my friend tells me to rest on the green and odorous lawn. I will do so. '86. Relation between body, soul, and spirit. I said, See, only now he will enter the third stage. Pay close attention to what he has to say. Asks Irenaeus, Lord, if Zorel falls asleep on the lawn, which is invisible to us, what is the reason for this? Is this a must, or could he enter the third stage without falling asleep? I said, if a soul would be pure, it would also go without a certain sleep. But as long as the soul is connected to the body by certain bonds, a certain anesthesia must occur between the changeover of stages, in which the soul, unnoted, passes over into the next stage. What the soul of Zorel has seen and spoken in the second stage was, except for himself, a circumstantial appearance. Only in the third stage will she become truly clairvoyant, and what she is going to say there will be a full reality. Asks Irenaeus, what actually is this sleep? How and whereby does it originate? I said, is it really necessary for you to know that? Now then, if you really want to know this, I must explain it to you, and therefore listen. If you carry a shirt on your body and has, according to the Greek custom, trousers on your legs, shirt and trousers live because of the movement of your body. This means they must submit to your will, just as the limbs of your body must submit to the will of your soul. If you in summer plan to take a bath, you take off your clothes, because you do not need them in the bath. Shirt and trousers are in a necessary state of rest while you are in the bath, and have neither motion nor movement. If you are getting out of the bath again, your shirt and trousers will immediately have the same motion and movement as before, and will, so to speak, live with you. But why did you take off your clothes to take a bath? See, because they were getting heavy and started to press you. But you strengthened yourself in the bath, and your heavy clothes will feel completely feather light after the bath. If your soul becomes tired and weak from the discomforts during the day, the need awakes in her for a revitalizing and strengthening rest. The tired soul then soon takes off her jointed flesh garment and enters the restorative bath of spiritual water and bathes, cleans, and strengthens herself. If she got her strength back, she again puts on her flesh garment and moves its heavy limbs with great ease. But now you surely have seen, or rather observed real lively by the monologue of Zorel, that in his soul another inner light person out of the heart of the soul started to sprout, to whom the soul stands in the same relationship as the material body to the soul. Now, this light person in this his soul as his jointed garment never before received any strengthening whatsoever. He was lying in the heart of the soul like the egg in the woman without the male stimulation, excitement, and awakening. By this very treatment, the actual primordial life germ became stimulated, excited, and awakened for the moment by my and Zinka's word. And since this has happened to him, he started to grow for as long as his entire soul, which is his garment, was filled with his pure spiritual being. But the soul, although being purified as much as possible for the moment, still contains certain material parts in her, which are too heavy for the pure spirit, since he never was used to carry such a yoke before. This spirit person, who was, so to speak, awakened in an artificially spiritual manner, and was forced to grow rapidly, is still much too weak to carry the slow-moving heavy soul, and longs for rest and strengthening. Thus, this false sleep of the soul on the mountain lawn is therefore nothing else than the spirit taking off the most material parts of his soul. He only keeps what is similar to him in the soul, while the other must rest in the meantime, just like the body rests silently while the soul is strengthening herself, or like the shirt is resting when you take a revitalizing, strengthening bath. During the strengthening of the nobler human sphere, and the simultaneous resting of the coarser and less noble outer parts, there still exists a connection. If somebody would come while you refresh yourself in the bath, and would take away your clothes and started to destroy them, then your natural and necessary love for your clothes would immediately raise an immense and fierce veto. A much closer connection exists between the body and the soul. Who wanted to take away the carnal garment and try to destroy it before its time would be treated by the soul in a very strange way. But the connection between soul and spirit is much more intensive, because the soul, especially if very pure, is herself a spiritual primordial element. And the spirit would make a very terrible movement if one tried to take away his body and dress completely. He immediately would become the highest fire and would destroy everything getting close to him. But the soul must rid herself of all matter completely, until the spirit can attract what is related to him in her as his own, to become a perfect I with it. The matter of the soul is visible to the spirit in that whereby the soul is dressed. You have heard when Zorel spoke of a dirty shirt, which he himself washed in the lake, then wringed and put on as a still moist garment. See, this garment is still the material outer side of the soul, which must be taken off and put to rest before the most inner, divine spirit person can penetrate the now closely related soul fully and to become one with her. It always requires a little time during the moment of transition, because everything belonging to the sphere of a free life must first enter with the new and more noble being in a full relationship, spiritual marriage, before the new being or the new heavenly person can by himself start to feel, think, see, listen, smell, taste, and to act independently. The necessary transition takes place in the certain sleep. If the transition is finished, the new person is completed and requires for his only completely pure spiritual existence forever no further transition anymore. In such a state, a person is then totally perfect, and his being cannot become even more perfected. Only with regard to recognizing and a continual perfection of the most pure love and wisdom of the heavens and their ordering, ruling, and leading power of the entire infinity, there is a continual increase to eternity, and thereby also achieving a continual higher bliss as a result of the continual higher love, wisdom, and power. Our Zarel will soon appear as such a perfected spirit person, and will continue to inform us by his carnal mouth about the perfection of him to the highest level of a perfected human being. Just pay attention. Soon he will start talking again. '87. Zarel's view looks upon creation. After I explained such to Cyrenius, Zarel, who all the time was lying there motionless like dead, started to move and became the appearance of someone who was transfigured, to such an extent that even the present Roman soldiers were placed in great reverence by his appearance, and one of them said, "This person looks like a sleeping god." Cyrenius also said, "Truly, an indescribable, elated human picture." Finally, Zarel opened his mouth and said, "Thus he is standing perfected in his wisdom before God, who only now recognizes, loves, and adores him." After this, there was a pause. After the pause, Zarel continues speaking and says, "My whole being is light, and I see no shadow, neither in me nor outside me, since also around me everything is light. In this all light, however, I see a holy light of all holiest lights. It shines like a mighty sun, and in it is the Lord." Previously, I thought that my friend and guide is a human soul just like we are. It is just that in my previous state there was still a lot of deception in me. Only now I recognize the guide. He is not with me anymore, but in the Son I see him, who is holy above holy. Endless crowds of the most perfect light spirits are gliding around this sun in all directions and in smaller and wider circles. What infinite majesty! O humans! To see God and to love him above all is the highest joy and the highest bliss. But now I do not only see all heavens, but my view is also penetrating into the creation of the only Almighty God. I can see our meagre earth through and through, and see all islands and mainlands of the whole earth. I see the bottom of the seas and everything that exists below it. All the many creatures in the sea, from the smallest to the largest, which infinitive variety lives among them. I can also see how the grass is built by all kinds of small spirits, which are quite joyfully and hard-working. I see how the will of the Almighty obliges them to be hard-working, and see the precisely defined objectives and work of each of the countless many spirits. Like the bees working on their wax cells, these little spirits work on and in the trees, bushes, grasses and plants. However, they all doing this if seized and penetrated by the will of Him who was my friend and guide on the narrow and thorny road of my self-trials of life up to here, and now resides in this never-reachable sun, which is His primordial light, from where His will reaches into all infinity. Yes, He is the only Lord. No one is equal to Him. Big and small must follow His will. Nothing exists in the whole of infinity that could oppose Him. His power is above all, and His wisdom can never be understood. Everything that exists is from Him, and there exists nothing in infinitive space of His creation which has not arisen out of Him. I see the forces coming from Him like the rays of the rising sun in the morning, penetrating all direction with lightning speed. And where the ray reaches something, it starts to stir, to become alive and to move. And soon new forms and shapes arise. However, the form of humans is the boundary and end marker, and its forms is a real form of heaven. Since the whole heaven, which boundaries are only known to God, is also a person, and each society of the angels is also a perfect human. This is a great secret of God. And who does not stand on the spot where I am standing now? For him, it is impossible to understand and comprehend such, since only the purest spirit out of God in man can comprehend and understand and see what the Spirit is, and what there is in him and outside him, and how it originates and remains, and why and what for. Nothing exists in the whole of infinity which would not be there for man. Everything is aimed at man, and his always and everywhere needs. '88. The nature of man and his creative calling. Sorel. God himself is the highest and most perfect, most everlasting primordial man out of himself. This means man is in himself a fire, whose emotion is love, a light, whose emotion is mind and wisdom, and warmth, whose emotion is the life itself in the fullest sphere of his about himself consciousness. If the fire gets more intense, also the light becomes more intense, and more powerful the warmth which creates everything, and finally shines far into distance. And the ray is light itself, contains the warmth in itself, and this creates in a far distance just like in itself. What is created increasingly absorbs more light and warmth, shines and warms increasingly further and further away, and again creates where it reaches. And in such a way, everything reproduces forever out of the primordial fire, primordial light, and out of the primordial warmth, and fills continuously more and more the infinitive space of creation. Thus everything takes its origin out of the primordial being of God, and develops itself until it resembles the primordial being of the primordial man, in which resemblance it then exists in an entirely independent freedom in the form of a man out of God, just like a God by himself, in the necessary arch-friendliness with the primordial God, since it is the same what the primordial God himself is. Where you can see light, fire, and warmth, man is either completed or in the beginning. Billions of light, fire, and warmth atoms cocoon themselves and produce forms. The individual forms seize each other anew, cocoon themselves into larger forms, which already correspond more to man, and develop themselves therein into a being. This being now produces already more of the fire, the light, and warmth. Together with this, a higher need for a higher and more perfect form arises. The many, nevertheless already more perfected forms in themselves, tear apart their outer skin, seize each other, and with the substance of their will, they again cocoon themselves into a higher and more complete form. This continues until the perfection of man is reached, and then man develops himself until the state in which I am now, and therefore completely resembles the primordial fire, primordial light, and primordial warmth, which is God, whom I now see with a steady view in his primordial light. In him, the full fire and the full warmth, which is the only God from eternity to eternity. Man, therefore, is firstly a man out of God, and only then a man out of himself. For as long he is only out of God, he resembles an embryo in the mother's womb. Only if he becomes a man out of himself, according to the order of God, then he is a perfect man, because only thereby he can reach the true resemblance of God. If he has reached that stage, then he stays like a god in eternity and has himself become a creator of further worlds and beings and people. Because it is strange that I now can see all my thoughts, emotions and desires, and my will is equal to the outer skin of that, what I have thought and what I have felt. See, in this way the creation continues always anew. The emotion as warmth, and therefore love, has the need to be a being. However, the more the emotion becomes stronger, and the more flames and warmth are produced in itself, also the light of the flames is getting stronger. In the light, the need of love is expressed in forms. But the forms arise and immediately pass again, just like the so-called eyelid pictures of a person with closed eyes and who has a heated imagination. But instead, others arise again, become bigger, stay longer, and take on more defined forms. But with perfected people, like with me now, of course, for just a short while, the form remains, because immediately seized by the will, it is quickly given an outer skin, whereby the appeared form is kept steady and cannot change any more. But since the outer skin is originally only highly ethereally tender, and therefore translucent, continuously more light and warmth from the Creator penetrates the now caught thought. This increases the caught thought's own light and warmth, the two spiritual elements from which it originally originated. And soon the caught thought begins to develop more and more, according to the light of wisdom and the most perfect realization, which arranges necessarily and purposefully, organically, the even most delicate construction more clearer than the brightest day in all its necessary parts, connections and limbs. Once the thought has an organically arrangement, an own life conscious of itself starts to come into being and directs itself. Now, one can imagine that a perfected person in a few moments can think and organize a countless number of all kinds of thoughts and ideas, and furnishes them organically completely. If he wants to put a skin around them with his will, they will survive and develop, and in the end themselves resemble the Creator in their natural, highest, limited self-perfection, and shall reproduce and create their own, and by doing so out of themselves, accomplish the endless multiplication of their own kind, in the same manner in which they have stepped into being. Even the material world can show tangible proofs of that. Self-reproduction of the body you find with plants, animals, humans, and with celestial bodies, which also reproduce. However, limits have been placed to their reproduction. A seed pellet of a certain kind has only a certain number of reproduced identical seed pellets assigned to it, which number cannot be exceeded by it. The same with animals, namely, the bigger the animal, the more limited the reproduction, It is just the same with people, and a lot more so with celestial bodies. But in the kingdom of spirits of the perfected people, the emotion and thinking continues forever, just as with God. Since according to the previously described manner, each thought and each idea can be surrounded with a skin by the will of the Spirit who created it, and finally could become independent, it is understandable that the everlasting reproduction of beings can never come to an end. You, Zinka, are now asking in your soul, where in the end all the endlessly multiple created beings find space? If the creation will continue to increase forever in such an enormously multiple measure and relation. Oh friend, just think that the physical space itself is infinitive. And if you forever in every moment could create 10 times 100,000 suns, they would, if moving with the greatest speed through space, be lost forever in the infinitive space, as if no sun had ever been created. Nobody, except God, comprehends the eternal infinity of space. Even the greatest and most perfected angels cannot grasp the eternal depths of space, but only tremble before the endless depths of everlasting space. O friend, I can see now with the eyes of my soul the entireness of the material creation. This earth, its moon, the great sun, and all the countless stars which you can see, of which some of them, appearing to your eyes as a faintly shimmering speck, are in fact immeasurable large solar and world territories, containing myriad times myriads of suns, and even more planets, are less in relation to the present entire creation than a tiniest and finest sun-dust particle compared to the entire space full of stars visible to you. In addition, I can tell you that among the many stars which your eye can see are quite a few which diameter is many thousand times larger than the line itself from for you barely visible farthest star to another star in the opposite direction with the same distance. A distance, even if you would travel with the speed of lightning, it would take you longer than 1,000,000 times myriad Earth years. Thus, even individual bodies are of such puzzling size, and still they appear to your eye as barely shining specks of light, because of their too great distance from here. Nevertheless, all this, compared to the entireness of the entire creation, is, as already stated, a tiniest dust particle which can be easily carried by the rays of the sun. I say to you, you can create 1,000,000 suns with all its planets and moons and comets, and spread them out in this sun territory globe, and they will just as little restrict noticeably this globe space as a drop of water would noticeably enlarge the sea and its wide seabed. And 1,000,000 times myriad globes would be in the entire present territory of creation just as little noticeable than a million raindrops in the sea. Look at the whole world. How many thousands of brooks, rivers and streams are flowing into the sea? But despite this, it doesn't expand one little bit. Now imagine as many creations over creations as you like in each moment, and they will get lost in the infinitive space, just as myriads times myriads drops of water falling into the sea each moment are lost in it. Therefore, you do not have to worry small-heartedly about the many creations, since in infinity there is forever sufficient space available for the infinite, and God is powerful enough to maintain everything forever and to finally guide everything to a main objective. '89. Course of Development of Nature. Zorel. I can tell you even more, Zinka. Everything what you have ever thought, spoken or did on this earth since your youth, and also what you have thought, spoken or did in your pre-earthly soul existence, is written in the book of life. Of this you carry a copy in the head of your soul, but the very big copy lies always wide open in front of God. Once you have been perfected, just as I am now standing perfected in front of God, you again will find in great detail all your thoughts, words and deeds. In that what was good, you will of course find great joy. But that what was not according to the good order, you will not be very happy about. But as a perfected person, you will also feel no grief about it. Because from that, you will recognize the great mercy and wise guidance of God. And this will strengthen your pure love to God, and in all patience towards those poor and imperfect brothers, who will be entrusted to your guidance by God the Lord, irrespective if in this or any other world. From these, your recorded thoughts, someday new creations will arise. Normally from these recorded thoughts, words and deeds, larger or smaller world bodies are created in the near future. They will put into the fire of suns to reach a certain ripeness. When reached such, they are guided out into space of creation with the greatest force, and in time, gradually handed over to their own development. With time in such a newborn world, the many thousand times thousand single thoughts and ideas are developing more and more by the life germ like fire and light. Like seed pellets which have been placed into the earth, to serve the new world as a basis for the later origin of all kind of beings, like minerals, plants, and animals, from whose souls in time human souls are formed. Such new worlds you can see from time to the biggest part, as misty, nebulous stars, also as tail stars flying through space. Their primordial origin is the recorded thoughts, ideas, words, and actions in the Book of God. From this you can see that even the slightest thought, whichever was thought by a person, either on this or on another earth, is impossible to ever get lost. And the spirits, from whose thoughts, words and ideas and actions such a new world has been formed by the will of God, are soon recognizing in their perfected state that such a world is a result of their thoughts, ideas, words and actions, and are pleased to take over with a great feeling of bliss the guidance, management, development and full revitalization and purposefully inner organization of the world body itself, and finally, of all things and beings which must exist on such a world body. You now look at this earth and see nothing than dead-seeming matter. I also see the dead-seeming forms of matter. But I see much more in it, what you can't see with your eyes. I see in it the banned spiritual things and beings, and feel their aspirations, and see how they continuously grow in the inner development and better and more focused shaping and evolvement of their purposefully forms. And again, I see countless spirits and little spirits who are incessantly active like the sand in a Roman hourglass. There is no talk of any rest, and by their incessant activity, the entire purposeful formation of all and every life in nature is produced. I say to you, in each dewdrop, which trembles so brightly on the tip of a blade of grass, I see, like in the sea, already myriads of beings busying in all direction. The water in the drop is only a first and general enveloping skin around a thought of God. From this, the caught little spirits in it are taking their individual envelope, and thereupon immediately exist already as a more specific form, which is already quite different from the outer general form. However, thereby the drop as a water pearl disappears, and the newly formed forms, as already life-carrying little cocoons, are creeping on the plants and other things where the drop of water was formed. However, these cocoons, seizing each other, soon transform into other forms, and 100,000s become one. A new skin is formed around the new form. In it, the many little forms are converted by the influence of the light and the warmth into a purposeful organism of the new and bigger form. And the new being starts a new activity in preparation for a repeated transformation into a more and more developed form, in which it again starts to become active for the transformation into an even higher and more complete form. And in this way, the visible activity of a being entered in a certain form is nothing else than the right preparation for a higher and more perfect form, for the increasingly greater firmness of the soul life, and finally, for the pure spiritual life in the human form. What I tell you here is no fantasy, but the purest and eternal truth. I could still tell you a lot of things about the order of God, as I see it now, with the clearest realization. But I also realize now that the time of this my perfection comes to an end. Therefore, I must hereby add a request that you, if I become a very silly and amongst others an annoying person again, will have patience with me and will guide me on the right path of the order of God, which is now known to you. You will be most surprised, if I wake up in the world, that I will be silly and dark again, and will not know one single syllable from everything what happened to me. Nevertheless, everything will still be to my advantage. For a while, my spirit, being forced to become ripe, will become tired of this unusual and untrained state, and will remain sleep-mute. But he will, by the now still necessary rest, be strengthened, and will wake up and feel the urgency of the real life perfection, which blessed sweetness he was able to taste, and thus will contribute substantially to the quicker full education of the soul, so that she soon become ripe in him in all truth and right ability, to fully integrate with the spirit penetrating her. I will be once more sleeping for another half an hour, after which you have to wake me by the opposite placing of your hands. But if I wake up again, then do not let me go until I haven't fully recognized the person of all persons at this table, since he is one with him whom I still can see in the Son of the eternal large spirit world. Thank you for laying your hands on me. "90. Do not judge. After these words, our Zorel slept peacefully, and Zinka said, "No, what this person has revealed to us. If all this is true, then we have received some knowledge of which any prophet hardly ever could have dreamt of. No, I'm completely distraught about this person's deepest wisdom. Truly, no angel can possess a deeper wisdom." Says also Cyrenius, "Yes, this person must be helped, since so much of the highest wonders of your divine order have been revealed here. The revelations of Mathael were big and made me think. But what this Zorel has revealed to us is unheard of, nearly unbelievable and unthinkable, that such most inner depths of wisdom can be couched in human words and made clearly understandable. Briefly, I am completely beyond myself about this Zorel. If he could say this also in the following awakened state of the flesh, oh, I would place him on a throne, from which he could preach to the people the high truth, so that they all, with more certainty, achieved the true and perfect destination of their being and life. I said, "Very good, friend Cyrenius. For the time being, it is not that important what he prophesied during his third stage, although everything is absolutely true, but rather a lot more that you in future should not break the stick over any person just because he is an ill soul. Since all of you have heard and felt it now, that in any soul, no matter how ill, rests a most healthy life germ. And if the soul is healed by your brotherly efforts, you have made a profit which forever no world can pay you. How useful can such a perfected person be? Who can gauge his influence? You people do not know it, but I know it. How much of such an effort is worth the trouble? Therefore I say it to you. Always be merciful, even towards the great sinners and criminals against your and against the divine laws. Since it is only possible for an ill soul to commit a sin, but never for a healthy soul. Because for a healthy soul, it is impossible to sin, since the sin is always the result of an ill soul. Who of you people can judge and punish a soul because she was violating one of my commandments, since you are all standing under the same law? One of the laws by me explicitly states that you should not judge anyone. If you judge one of your neighbors who have sinned against my laws, you also sin in the same measure against my law. But how can you, as being a sinner yourself, judge and condemn another sinner? Don't you know that when condemning your soul-sick brother to hard atonement, you have served a double condemning judgment on yourself, which one day, if not under circumstances already here, will be fulfilled? If somebody from you is a sinner, he should resign as a judge. Because if he judges someone, he judges himself into downfall twofold, from which he will recover more difficult than him who was judged and condemned by him. Can a blind man ever lead someone else and put him on the right path? Or can one deaf person tell another deaf person something about the harmonic effects of music, as it was practiced in the purest form by David? Or can one disabled person say to another, "Come here, you poor man, I will take you to the inn"? Will not soon both slip and fall into a ditch? Hence, remember this above all, not to judge anybody, and make sure that also those who one day will become your disciples take this to heart. Because by practicing this, my teaching, you will make angels out of people. But through non-observance, You will create devils and judges against yourselves. It is true, nobody on this earth is perfect. However, the one who is more perfect in his mind and heart should be the guide and doctor of his ill brothers and sisters, and the strong should carry the weak. Otherwise, he succumbs with the weak, and both will not make any progress. So that you can recognize this from the ground in all truth, I have given you with this Zarel a tangible example, from which you can recognize how terribly wrong it is to judge a criminal according to your ways. Indeed, your way to judge will always remain the way of the world, and it will be difficult to ever completely crush the hard, diamond-like head of the dragon of tyranny, because for this very reason, the earth is a test world for my future children. But among you, it should not continue, since among you the heavens are strewing fruits filled with plentiful seed kernels. If you enjoy the fruits of my zeal now, do not forget to strew the leftover seed kernels copiously as possible into the hearts of your brothers and sisters, so that it can grow and carry plentiful and healthy new fruit. But how a new and wondrous new fruit is produced from the seed kernels placed into the heart has been clearly shown to you by Zarel in the greatest detail. Act accordingly, and you will, as if out of yourself, create life and receive the perfection of the everlasting life as shown to you right now. After this act of laying on of hands, it is given to you to follow and act accordingly in the most precise manner. But now the time has come for you, Zinka, to lay your hands on Zarel in the opposite manner, so that he can wake up again. If he wakes up, you, Marcus, give him wine with some water, so that his body can regain his former strength. If he wakes up and starts talking like before, do not become annoyed, and do not remind him of anything what he has said during his rapturous state, because this could cause a bodily disadvantage in him. Do not laugh at him either, if he says something silly. In good time, you can guide him very gently towards me. But do not be too hasty. Otherwise it could harm him for quite a long time. And now, Zinka, perform your duty, since Marcus has already returned with the wine and water. '91. Zarel's materialistic belief. Zinka now placed his hands in reversed order on Zarel, who opened his eyes and woke up. When Zarel had completely woken up, I gave the old innkeeper Marcus a sign to give him the little bit watered wine, since he was very thirsty. Marcus did this straight away, and the very thirsty Zorel emptied the quite sizable mug in one go, and asked for another full mug, since he was still thirsty. Marcus asked me if he could do so. I affirmed such question with the only added remark, to add more water than wine for the second time. And Marcus did that, and it made Zorel to feel better. After he had strengthened himself, he looked around and scrutinized his surrounding, which he still remembered quite well, despite the sun already being close to setting. After a while, he, Zorel, said, his eyes steadfast pointing at me, "Zinka, this person there looks very familiar. I must have seen him before. Who is he, and what might be his name?" The longer I look at him, the more he becomes alive, that I must have seen him somewhere. Zinka, I have great sympathy for you. Therefore, entrust me who this man is. Says Zinka, this man is the son of a carpenter from Nazareth, which lies above Capernaum, but not from the place with the same name, which is located behind the mountains and is inhabited mainly by dirty Greeks. His character is this, that he is a saviour, and exceedingly skillful regarding his occupation. Because if he is helping someone, he certainly is helped. His name corresponds with his character, and hence his name is Jesus, which is a saviour of souls and ill body limbs at the same time. He has much greater strength in his will and in his hands, and is at the same time good like an angel and wise. Now you know everything what you have asked about. If you want to know anything else, then ask. Otherwise the high lords will undertake something, and we then would have little time to discuss some matters in more detail. Says Zorel in a low voice to Zinka, I thank you for what you have told me, although I still don't know what actually has happened to me. Since I cannot get clarity about the reason why this man looks so familiar to me. It seems that somewhere I have undertaken a long trip with him. I have been travelling, a lot on water and on land, and I was accompanied, but I cannot remember having seen and talked to this man. Nevertheless, as said before, it seems as if I had a lot to do with him during a trip. Explain to me why this might be the case. Says Zinka, in the most natural manner of the world. Somewhere you must have had a quite lively dream, which you only now can remember very vaguely, and this will be surely the reason for your current emotion. Said Zorel, you might be right. I quite often dream something which I only remember after a few days, if I have in a certain way been reminded about it by a similar outer object. Otherwise everything is lost, and I cannot remember any dream, nevertheless how lively I have dreamt. But it will be like that, since in reality I have never seen this man from Nazareth before. But now something else, dear friend. See, I have come here to receive from the High Governor certain alms. What do you think? Will he be able to help me? If it is without hope, could you at least approach him on behalf of me, so that I be allowed to go home? Since what should I do here? About all this theosophical and philosophical wise junk, I couldn't care less. My theosophy and philosophy are very short. I believe in this what I can see. This means nature, which always renews itself since eternity. In addition, I believe that eating and drinking are the two most essential pieces to live. In anything else I do not believe lightly. There surely exists some strange things in this world, like all kind of magic and other skills and sciences. But between them and myself there is the same relationship as between the fire and me. As long as it does not burn me, I do not blow. I do not feel any need in me to know and understand more, as I already know and understand. And therefore it would be quite stupid of me to hang around for much longer, to catch any quite difficult to understand teaching of wisdom, so that I could brag in front of some silly guys. You see in me a nature person, who dislikes all wise institutions and laws of people, because they too much impair the innate freedom of man in an often too hard manner, for the only reason, so that a few can become very rich, powerful, and highly respected, for which of course millions must languish in the deepest misery. Would I understand more than I already understand now, I then would be able to see the reason of even more of such injustice, which would make me even unhappier. But as it is, my stupidity saves me from a lot of grief, because I do not quite see fundamentally the reason of all human wickedness. Where the evil, wise-appearing people could not invent themselves enough laws to suppress humanity, they set up thinking and very inventive heads, who, walking around with ecstatic, distorted faces, appearing fallaciously with all kinds of laws from the gods, to start anew tormenting poor and weak mankind with the most ridiculous threats of the most awful, everlasting punishments, and with promises of the greatest rewards, but of course only after the death of the body, where it is easy to reward, since the dead do not need anything any more. Nevertheless, regarding punishments, the people did not wait until after death, forestall their fictitious and trifling gods, and punished the transgressors of all the laws of the gods rather immediately here, so that in the beyond nobody is running short regarding the threatening punishment. But the devout had to wait for their reward until after death. There never appears in this life any free advances, except one allowed oneself to be beaten nearly to death for one of the big. Everything which is and exists in the federation of human society is highly aimed at the interest of the individual, so that every sober thinker immediately can recognize the reason on which it is built. The godly lawfulness and the human social element. Friend, if only one wants to live as a most free lord of all magnificence of the earth, then of course all other faint-willing and strength-weak mankind must cry, including the earth on which they are standing. For the oppressors of humanity, for the most heartless tyrants, a corresponding reward in the beyond would be quite in order. But who will serve such to them? In short, there is nothing. A pure, loose puppet game. Who is able to make the others, this is the rest of mankind, serviceable to himself, is right and is doing good. Since a silly person is not worth more than a silly dog. the stronger and more clever, should kill him, take possession of all his property, and should then on life and death protect it in every conceivable manner against all foreign attacks. If he is able to do that, soon he will become a great and free lord. If he can't do that, it only serves him right that he has undertaken something which he, as a wise man, should have anticipated that he will not succeed. In short, for the silly, nothing is better than annihilation. If they are not there anymore, all laws, all pursuit and all inhuman punishments have ended for them forever. Not to be, if one must remain in misery. 1 hour of real misery does not weigh up against 20,000 years of the greatest happiness. Dearest friend Zinka, see, this is my harmless creed, to which not easily anything can be said against it on this earth. It is the truth that nobody likes to hear. Everyone lulls his being in all kinds of false imaginations and regards himself to be quite happy. Just keep on. Everyone should wallow in the kingdom of the lie and searches for consolation in the fantastic imagination, once misery starts to step mercilessly on his neck. Dull yourselves, you wretched, with the poppy poison of the lie, and sleep as long as you live under the sweet pressure of insanity, and it serves everyone right if it makes him happy. Only to me it is unfair, since I must feel very unhappy under the eagle's wings of truth, if I always have to see, feel, and even must break the same and fatal dive from the truthful heights, which awaits me and others similar to me. Who will catch me in the fall, if the loose rope breaks, by which my stupidity has fixed me to the mighty wings of the eagle? People, let me in peace consume my loot, since I'm doing nothing to you. Just give me of your abundance that much, that I can replace what bad chance has taken away from me, and you will not find an ungrateful beggar in me. But if you want to give nothing as usual, then let me at least go home unflustered, so that I, as a poor fawn, of course in an unlawful manner, can gather sufficient wood to build myself a most makeshift hut, at least as good as the beaver builds his hut. The one or the other you surely will grant to me. But to make me even more wretched than I already been, you surely will not do. However, if this is your intention, then rather kill me immediately, since I certainly do not want to become more miserable than I already be. Because if you do not kill me, then I know what I have to do. I will understand how to kill myself. Finally, Zinka speaks again. Stay far away from such act. You will also not be obliged to do such a most insane deed, given your particular good knowledge and experiences. Because when you were asleep, Cyrenius has catered for you in the best way, but only if you will recognize that this, what you just have recognized as the truth, is in fact the biggest untruthfulness. Thus do not be concerned, and accept a better teaching, and only then you really will become completely happy. '92. Zorel's criticism on moral and education. Says Zorel, "Your words are sounding quite friendly, good and tender, and I'm convinced that you speak just as you feel it in your heart, and that the matter will be true. But the question arises, which teaching should I accept? Under which luminous torch I can recognize this, what I regard now as the highest truth, as something utterly wrong? 2 and another 2 together give 4. This is a mathematical truth, and even from all heavens nothing can be said against it. And there can be impossibly another teaching which could condemn this everlasting truth as a lie. If I am a superstitious fool to be able to accept that the sum of 2 and again 2 together are equal to 7, then of course a change in belief would be possible with me. But with my current recognition, this is completely impossible. That somewhere there must be an intelligent, everlasting, primordial power, from which at least their first regulation originated, cannot be denied by whatever pure reasoning. Since wherever there existed at one time 2, before that there must also have been existed 1. But how ridiculous and exceedingly silly is it not of the stupid blind people, if they imagine the primordial power, which must be equally distributed and spread out through the whole of infinity, since its basic power is also be equally perceptible in the whole of infinity, to be a form, even a human form, yes, amongst others, even a beastly form. The Jews would, if they had been holding on to their primordial teaching, basically still have the most reasonable image of a general primordial power, which they call Jehovah. Since a sentence of them states, "You should not imagine God in any form, and even less so make a carved picture of him." But they have completely abandoned it, and their synagogues and temple are full of pictures and ornaments. Besides this, they believe in the most ridiculous things, and the priests are punishing those of their followers who do not believe the things they teach. They call themselves servants of God, and therefore enforcing to be honoured tremendously. But in return, they torment poor mankind with all kinds of things which they were able to invent for such purpose. Should I, under such circumstances, become a Jew? No, forever no. It is said that they received the laws from God himself, which he gave to them by their founding teacher Moses on the mountain Sinai. The laws are actually quite good, if they would serve everybody as an essential rule of life. But what good is it if you most strictly forbid the poor people stealing and cheating, but yourself, sitting on the chair of magnificence, is robbing at each opportunity the slavishly subordinated mankind, steals and cheats them wherever possible, and does not have the slightest conscience in spite of the divine law? Tell me, in which light must appear such laws and guardians to a pure, thinking person? If a poor fawn is coerced by need to take from the abundance where he can find it to serve his own urgent need, with all extreme severity he will be held accountable and immediately punished over and over. But the law enforcer, who robs, murders, and cheats every day, and at every opportunity, stands above the law, does not follow it in the slightest, and by himself believes in nothing, except in his quite demanding temporal advantages. Can this be any divine institution, which stands in a too garish contradiction with the very small demands of poor mankind? Which only somewhat pure reason can ever approve of it? What is pleasant to me that one does to me, this I also must think of my neighbour, that it also will be pleasant for him if I do to him what he regards in a modest manner, that is pleasant for him. If I am stuck in need and poverty above my ears, have no money to even acquire the most basic needs, go, search and plea, not receiving anything from nobody in response to my pleadings, and only in the end take what I need. Can any law condemn me for that? Do I have no right at all to take ownership of something I really need, since certainly the strong forefathers did not commit any sin by taking full possession of a whole country? Yes, if I would be stealing because I'm work-shy and continue to steal, then no reason could regard itself as offended if I held be accountable for it. But if I take, so to speak, unlawful possession of something in extreme need, then even no God can and should hold me accountable. Not mentioning a selfish, weak person, who in some regard commits more injustices in one day than I am in a whole year. I do not want to make a downgrading remark against the property protection law, but in its rigour it does not better and makes mankind more humane, but only harder and loveless. The prison law, to bring about order and moral, is equally very raw and coarse applied, without any regard for the nature, time and strength of people. Just think of it to what conditions, no matter if male or female, they are exposed to. Often no education at all, sometimes an education which is worse than no education. He often must take food and drinks which excites his blood quite severely. He often finds an easy opportunity to satisfy his mighty physical desire, and also satisfies it. But the story surfaces, and he is punished as a sinner without any consideration, since he has transgressed a divine law. Oh, you fools, including your divine laws! Why haven't you published a divine law, according to which a true and best education is catered for? And only then consider if any other following laws are necessary. Isn't it unspeakably silly of a gardener who plants a straight row of trees, and only then tries to bend the trees with all might and force, once the trees have grown for a few years and have become big, hard and unbendable? Why didn't the silly gardener bend his trees during a time when it was still easy to bend them without any danger? A god, or even a person forming a mouthpiece of God, should first provide for a just and wise upbringing, suitable for the moral nature of man, and only then provide wise laws, if the best educated person still needs it in any way. Oh, friend Zinka, you are a Jew, and you are much more familiar with your teaching than I am. But what I know from it by coincidence, I can say nothing else to you other than what I already have told you. And from that you will recognize that I certainly cannot depart from my recognition based on pure reason and mathematical principles for the sake of a donation from the High Cyrenius. Under such swap conditions, I reject any still so shining donation, become rather a beggar, and spend the rest of my days on this earth in poverty. What afterwards nature will do with me will be one and the same for a dead, and someone returning to the old nothingness. You can speak now, Zinka, whether I am right or not according to your view. Says Zinka, friend and brother Zarel, basically I absolutely cannot disagree with you, but I must add that there exist very peculiar things of which you cannot even imagine the possibilities. If you start to comprehend them, only then you yourself will recognize how much good and truth is contained in your current basic assertions. Says Zorel, yes, right so. If you know something better, then bring me your arguments and I'm ready to answer you. Says Zinka, that would be of little use to you and to me. However, turn to that man over there, of whom you say that he looks familiar to you. He will give you a right light, and you will immediately clearly start to recognize the truth, or the opposite of your assertions. Says Zorel, good then, I will do it immediately, and does not fear him. However, in me he will find a hard nut to crack. '93. Errors of Materialism. With those words, Zorel, wrapped in his very wretched rags, leaves Zinka, steps closer to me, and says, High Lord and Master of healing profession, this dress, which covers my wretched body, are rags of a wretched way. But at least they cover the privates of a person, who is really sorry for unfortunately also being a fellow person among these many would-be or should-be people. Except for the clothes, we all have the same form. But between the beings there seems to be a sky-high difference. I am a person who understands to quite clearly distinguish that 2 and 2 does not equal 7, but 4. Zinka tells me that you are a man who could ignite an even brighter light in me than there is my own, which at least provided me with a stamp of mankind under my co-believers. But I never boasted with it, and even less so do I plan to boast. If you want to ignite another light for me. Zinka told me that you are the only one able to do this. You have heard my principles which have not been taken out of the blue. For me, they were unfortunately a too tangible truth. But if you can give me something better, then do it, and it would be a pleasure for me to wholeheartedly let go of all the truth junk. I, however, do not know with which title I should greet you, but I think that also you are a person of the truth, and for such people it does not matter what title they are given. I call you High Master, and honour you as such, although I only know you from hearsay. Should you, however, be able to provide for me indeed, then I will worship you. Thus tell me, if it pleases you, how close or how wrong am I with my truth principles? Are we now more or less people than those who lived as the first reasonable people on this earth? Am I not allowed now, since the people have invented the property protection law, of which they claim that God has given it to them, as a poor fawn who often hasn't a bite to eat for 3 days and couldn't get anything by begging either, to take from the abundance of another person, only to protect me from dying from hunger? Since every earthworm has the right to feed itself with foreign property without having to buy it, because it is also an inhabitant of this earth, and unfortunately has to be, since mighty nature has arranged it in such a way. Or should a human being have a lesser right to feed himself with earthly fruits, agreeing with his nature, only because he couldn't buy himself a good piece of land, than a bird in the air, of which everyone is certainly a dedicated thief? I ask you to give the right answer in this regard. I said, Friend, for as long you are setting your human rights equal to those of animals, you are perfectly correct with your basic nature laws, and in no way can I say anything against it, and every property protecting as well as any other moral law is in that case the most absurd ridiculousness. How stupid must be someone who wants to give to the birds in the air, the animals on earth, and the fish in the water property protection laws and any other moral rules, since only a little reasonable person, or even a god, must know it, that those beings have nature as their only law provider. Hence, you are quite right with your views. If man, for the time being, is nothing else, and has also nothing to expect than any animal as it stands there in his nature. But if man is there, or should be there, for any possible kind of higher purpose, of which until now, of course, nothing could have gotten into your mind, what becomes only too obvious by your wisdom fighting only for the lowest needs, your mathematical principles may stand only on very weak and shaky feet. But that each person has been placed on this earth for a higher purpose, you already should have recognized from the fact that he, as a newborn being, stands deep below any animal, and only after a few years of intensive care starts to become a person. He must enter some kind of order, and with all sorts of justified troubles and fair struggle, he must earn his bread. Therefore he received laws, so that he should consider them as the first direction signs to a higher destination, and also to keep them out of his free will, for the sake of further self-development and self-determination. What is the only way by which he finally can reach his higher destination? But never as a however biting clever animal person, but as a perfect human person. For as long you are only worried about the need of the flesh, you will not make much progress as a person. But if you have recognized that there also resides another completely different person inside you, who has completely different needs than your body, and has also an entirely different destination. It will not be difficult for you to recognize how much you are digging with your principles in loose sand. See, I know about your otherwise good will, and your search for the truth, and about the reason of all evil, in which mankind on earth is currently truly stuck up to their ears. Your thoughts, since you always had a particular pleasure to steal, have indicated to you that the protection law for property and rightful ownership are a Pandora box. And because you were, in your younger years, a hedonistic friend of females, the moral law always embarrassed you, since it reminds you and everyone else that the abuse of intercourse is a sin. Yes, as an animal person, you are also completely right with your principles. Equally so, that an upfront law should exist before all other laws, by which all children should have such an upbringing, by which the social order should be drilled into them to such an extent that during adulthood it would become completely impossible for them to ever transgress any law, which would make any additional legislation, of course, completely superfluously. Yes, behold, this order was also made applicable to the animals by the Creator of all worlds and all beings. Every animal gets your required primary upbringing substantially in his whole nature already in the womb, and needs no other laws later on. Since the primary upbringing in the mother's womb has everything what it requires for its whole life. But He, who created all angel spirits, the heavens, the worlds, and man, surely knew what it requires to create man as a free person, with a later education, and not just as a judged animal. If you take a closer look at your mathematical correct life principles, you soon will find that speech is a great evil for people, since by speech people can educate each other in all kinds of evil things and matters. Similar, the lie would never be part of people if they could not speak, either by signs or by words. Yes, even to think is dangerous, because by that people can get into all kinds of malice and cunningness. Finally, they should also not be able to see clearly, hear clearly, and also not to taste and smell, since all those senses in a clear and pure state could easily make a person greedy and lascivious, what would be coincidentally bad. Now look at your human being according to your mathematical principles, and ask yourself whether there exists any difference between him and a sea polyp, with the exception of the form. But what do you want to do with such a person, regarding the higher purpose for what each person is created? What education can you give him? When will such a person reach the recognition of himself, and then recognize the true God, the primordial reason of all things, and all light, and all bliss? Look at the constitution of a healthy person. Observe and explore him precisely with your critical mind, and you will find that such a wise and exceedingly artful constructed being must, in the end, have also another destination than to only fill his stomach daily, to be able to relieve himself of a large amount of waste afterwards. 94. Legal protection of property. The Lord. You are using, of course, here your poverty and the poverty of many other people as protection, and want to use the required portion of right from the divine property protection law for you, so that you, as a hungry and thirsty person, can take in an urgent emergency, without sinning against the said law, to feed yourself. I can tell you from a most reliable source that Jehovah, when giving laws to the Israelites through Moses, thoroughly thought about this need and impressed it on the people to also regard this as a bylaw by saying, "You should not prevent the donkey working on your field to take his food from there, and the mouth of the ox pulling the plough should not be laced up." However, when carrying the bound sheaves into your shed, do not collect the ears which were left behind, so that the poor can collect them for their need. Everyone should always be ready to help the poor, and who says, "I'm hungry," do not let him move on until he is fed. Behold, this is also a law of Jehovah, and I think by that also to poverty sufficient thought was given. But that not every person born on this earth can become a property owner is obvious from the things of nature. The first few people could, of course, easily divide the ownership of land among themselves, since at that stage the whole earth was ownerless. But now the earth, especially the fertile land, is inhabited by countless many people, and among these are those families who have worked the land in the sweat of their faces for a long time, and have purified and fertilized it under many life-threatening dangers. And one cannot just dispute their assigned land ownership, but one must strongly protect it for the sake of the general welfare, so that the share of the land is not taken away from those who have blessed it by their diligence, because they own it not only for themselves, but for 100 other people who have to work the land on an annual basis and who cannot own any land. Who owns a lot of land must have many servants who, like the owner himself, live from the same land. Would it be good for the servants if each of them would be given an equal large piece of land? Could one man work it properly? And if he could do it for some time, but what happens if he would become ill and weak? Isn't it then by far not better and wiser if only a few own something unmovable and have storerooms and stock, rather than all people, yes, even the newborn children, would be nothing else than individual landowners, by which institution in the end, and this most certainly, nobody would have any supplies in time of need. Further, I asked your mathematical mind, if there would be no property protection laws in societies of people, I would like to see your face if others came along who were never keen to work and took away your little supplies to feed themselves. Would you not shout at them and say, "Why haven't you worked and collected?" And if they have answered you, "Because we did not feel like it, and we knew for certain that our neighbours are working," would you not regard a protection law as highly effective, and wish that such loose criminals would be punished by some sort of court, and finally be forced to serve and to work? And would you not wish that the supplies taken away from you to be returned? See, all this is also demanded by the pure reason of man. If you then really regard your mathematical principles as the best in the world, walk from here 1,000 field paths to the east. There you will still find a lot of entirely ownerless land in high and wide-stretching mountains. There you can immediately and unhindered take possession of many hours long and wide land, and no person will dispute your ownership. You are even allowed to take a few women and some servants with you, to establish in this somewhat distant mountainous region a real state. And in 1,000 years, no person will disturb you in your property. You will only have to get rid of a few bears, wolves and hyenas. Otherwise they could disturb you somewhat at night time. Along this way you would at least experience firsthand the considerable difficulties with what the owners of these lands had to cope, until the land was finally brought to the current level of culture. If you would have tried everything yourself, you also would have recognized how unfair it would be to take away the ownership from the primordial landowners and hand it over to some sluggish and work-shy crooks. See, because you are not a particular friend of work, and even less of asking, the old property protection law was always an embarrassment for you, and hence you took the law into your own hands, where you could take something without being seen and without being punished. Only the 2 Morgans' big field, including the hut you have bought, but also with money which you have not earned by working, but which you have taken from a rich merchant in Sparta in a very clever manner. Now, there was a time in Sparta when stealing was allowed, if it was carried out in a very smart way. But nowadays, also in Sparta, does exist, since many years, the same property protection laws like here. And thus you have completely unlawfully stolen from this merchant, and made him a few pounds of gold lighter. And with that you have, as a fugitive, bought yourself the said piece of land, including the hut. But everything else what you have owned, you stole in Caesarea Philippi and the adjacent neighbourhood. But woe to him who would steal something from you. You would have strongly reminded him the property protection law, that you hate so much, in such a way that would surely not have been a disgrace to a Roman bailiff. Or would it please you if someone would harvest the ripe fruit of your land just because he is completely poor? See, what is not right to you will also not be right to someone else, if with your mathematical true and correct life and upbringing principles, you would steal his harvest. However, if the matter can practically only be like I have described it to you just now, do you still regard your life principles as the only true and undisputable correct ones? Here, Sorel is completely puzzled, since he sees himself entirely overmastered and defeated. "95. Sorel's descent. But Zinka comes from behind, touches him on the shoulder and says, "Now, friend Zorel, will you now accept the maintenance from Cyrenius or not? Since it seems to me that your life maxims, as good as they originally even sounded to me, have all in all fallen into the well." Says after a while Zorel, "Yes, yes, only the Saviour is right. I now recognize my nonsense quite brightly and clearly, and everything is exactly as he has stated it about me. But how could he know all this? Yes, everything is true, and unfortunately just too true. But where should I begin? What should I do?" Says Zinka, "Nothing else than ask for the right instructions, listen to them, and act accordingly. Everything else leave to those who want your well-being and can help you and also will, if you do what I have advised you to do." Hereupon Zorel immediately falls on his knees before me and asks me for instructions. And I refer him to the Apostle John for it. Zorel asks me now very respectfully why I do not want to give him any further instructions. But I said, "If a lord, for a matter, has all kind of servants and attendants around him, is he wrong when assigning also work to them according to their good abilities? It is not necessary that he does everything with his hands himself to complete it. The Lord's Spirit is sufficient, and the work will nevertheless be completed by the skillful hands of the servants. Therefore, just go to him, to whom I have referred you, and you will also find in him the right man. It is him, at the corner of the table, who wears a light blue coat over his loins." After these my words, Zorel rises and hurries to John. When meeting John, he says to him, "You, loyal servant of this exceedingly wise man over there, even if you have heard who I am and how I am constituted, give me for my complete betterment the teaching, which will make me worthy to be accepted among those who are with a true right calling themselves people. For becoming a true human being, I do not demand any supplies any more, but only for the sake of the truth do I want to hear the full truth from you." Says John, "In the name of this man over there, you will get it. But first, you have to give me the assurance to completely change your life in future and make good any harm which you have caused to other people against their will. Even the merchant in Sparta must be refunded with his 2 pounds of gold. In addition, you have to completely let go heathenism and become a new Jew. Since your grandfather was a Jew from the tribe Levi. 40 years ago, he moved to Sparta to preach the only true God to the Greek and to convert them in spirit to Jews. But in the end, he himself was persuaded, and with his whole house became a silly and very blind heathen. And you are the same since you only came into this world in Sparta. But your brothers who are living now in Athens even became heathen priests because of their good ability to speak, and still to this hour consecrate their empty services to Apollo and Minerva. And your only sister is the wife of a merchant who is loosely trading with Ephesians, gods and pictures, and alongside also conducts quite profitable business with all kinds of pleasure girls and harlots, partly by selling, but mainly by coupling. This is your brother-in-law, once also a Jew, and now what I just have told you. Sorel was completely overwhelmed by everything John knew about him, which he himself, because of very specific reason, would never have mentioned to anyone. Therefore he couldn't think otherwise of the man from whom he just heard all such information, that he must have been in Greek and knew about everything what happened there and still occurs right now. Hence Sorel asked John, a little hastily, by saying, "But why repeating everything in front of all these people? Isn't it enough that you and I know such things? Why must all surrounding us hear this?" Says John, "Be calm about it, friend. If I did this to harm your soul and body, I would be a bad person, and would be worse off before God than your loose brother-in-law in Athens. But for the sake of your well-being, I have to completely reveal you before the people, so that you do not stand in front of anyone as something which you are not. If you want to become perfect, you must discover yourself, and no secrets are allowed in your soul. Only if all disorderly is removed from you, you can start working on your perfection. You could also, in quietness, by yourself, renounce all your many sins and become a better person, so that the people could respect and honour you for that, since they only would knew the good about you and nothing bad, and many would follow your good example. But if, after a while, they would hear from a credible witness what coarse and big sinner you have been in secrecy, with what doubtful eyes they, who respected you as a pure person and followed your example, would look at you. All your virtues would turn into a sheep's fur, behind which they would be imagining a tearing wolf. And despite all your flawless virtues, they would flee from you and avoid your otherwise instructive company. From this you can see, to be perfect, you must not only avoid the being of evil, but also the seeming of evil. Without, it will be difficult to really be useful to your neighbour, what finally must be the main occupation of every person, since without it, no truly happy society is thinkable on this earth. What use would it be for a society of people if every person by himself is perfect, but keeps himself hidden from his neighbour? Then one would start to distrust the other. And if a single mosquito is humming around the head of a harmless neighbour, one would see many flying dragons and elephants. But if all are getting familiar with you regarding who you are, and what have you been before, what you have done, and how you have lived before, and you better yourself and become another person, full of insight of your previous evils, and full of true and lively disgust against them in front of all eyes and ears, then every person will recognize you with sincerest trust and goodwill, and love you as one pure brother loves his other pure brother. Therefore, everything must be revealed before you can actively take on a new teaching. Many things have already been revealed, but not all. And since confessing is not easy for you, I make it easier for you by telling on your behalf, completely faithful to the word and sense, everything of your life, which is brightly clear as the sun to me. Zorel asks, "But how is it possible for you to know all such things? Who revealed it to you? Never before have I seen or spoken to you." "96. Zorel's past as slave trader." Says John, "Don't worry about that. If you are perfected, then everything will become clear to you. But now, back to our case. The worst of your being is that you secretly have become a slave trader. The last time with 12 to 14-year-old girls from Asia Minor, and sold them to Egypt and Persia. And such noble girls often landed in evil hands, and only a few in good hands. That such girls by those who bought them were soon in the most contemptible manner violated, you can easily imagine. If it was just for the natural coitus, it would not contribute that much to the debt. But how badly have some of them been abused in Alexandria, in Cairo, in Theban, and in Memphis? And how much they are still being abused. If you could see such a poor girl, how she is cut to pieces by the rods and whips of her devil of a lord, to increase his sensuousness excitement, you would yourself, with your little human feeling, curse yourself, because you have exposed a person to such indescribable misery by disdainfully greed. How many thousand curses and most horrible condemnations have already been imposed on you? How many 100,000 times 100,000 tears of too great pain, because of the two devilish abuses, have already been shed? How many of such tender girls have already died in the most horrifying desperation because of too much unbearable pain? And see, all this you have, condemning yourself on your conscience. Because, see, you conducted your secret loose trade on a grand scale, especially 2 to 3 years ago, and the number of those which you have made so very unhappy has become large and reached already the manifold of 8,000 heads. Question: how will you ever be able to make this good? What have these girls ever done to you, that you have made them so very unhappy? Speak now and hold yourself accountable. "97. Zorel's apologies." Here Zorel is completely dumbfounded and dismayed. and only after quite a long pause he says, "Friend, if at that time I have recognized and known what I recognize now, you can think for yourself that I would have done anything else rather than becoming a slave trader. I am a citizen of Rome, and to my knowledge, no law ever prohibited the slave trade. It is and was always permitted. And what hundreds were lawfully allowed to do, why should I have been prohibited from doing so? Even the Jews are allowed to buy children, especially if they are childless. Why not any other educated nation, to whom the Egyptians belonged since human memory, without any doubt? And in the same measure also the Persians. The girls were therefore not sold to any wild and uneducated nations, but in every respect civilized people on this our known wide earth, where one can rightfully expect not to aggravate the homely sad lot of such children, but apparently only to improve their lot. Go to the lands of Asia Minor, and you will find there such masses of people, and especially children, that you, as a wise man in the end, have to ask yourself from what these people are going to feed and maintain themselves without starting to eat each other. I can assure you, each time when coming to the lands of Asia Minor, I have been stormed by the citizens with children. For a few loaves of bread, I could get girls and boys in abundance. And the children came cheering me and would not leave me alone any more. Many were bought by the Essenes, nearly all the boys, irrespective of age. Often also girls were taken. The Egyptians only bought the more adult girls, partly to work, but partly probably also for pleasure. That there were some randy he-goats among them who torment the slave girls for lust, I do not doubt. But surely they're not that many. According to my knowledge, not many have gone to Persia, which were mainly bought from Persian merchants and all kinds of artists, where they have been used for all kinds of useful and good work. In addition, there exists in Persia already for a long time a quite wise law, by which every slave and slave girl, after 10 years, can attain full freedom, if they behaved well, and finally can do what they want. They can remain there, start a craft, or can go home. Therefore, those going to Persia truly cannot speak of being unlucky. Now then, that some of them in Egypt are not treated too well, I will not deny. But let us just go to their fatherland, and we will meet many who are as free persons, are not one hair better off than those unlucky ones in Egypt. Since firstly, they have nothing to eat, and many eat raw roots which they collect in the woods, and there are many who in summer and winter are walking around completely naked because of the lack of clothes, and beg, steal, and tell fortune. Some of them obtain some rags by begging or stealing. However, most of them do not succeed with that, and therefore walk around completely naked, always with a lot of children attached to them. From those moving around, I and my companion have always brought the largest number of supernumerary children, and in such a way looked after them. The permanent inhabitants of the Pontus are calling them Zagani, which means the expelled. There are swarms of those people. In great hordes they are moving around, and do not have any roof or work, nor any land or field. Caves, holes in the ground, and hollow trees are normally their homes. And now I ask you, does one not already show these people some relief if you take their children for nothing and look after them? Not to mention buying them from the naked and exceedingly hungry parents for money, for clothes, and for good bread. If one weighs this according to my previous way of thinking, how some of these people previously were the most tiresome slaves of the biggest poverty, and later brought by me to people who properly looked after them as slaves, one easily will find that the misfortune, which I have brought according to your account over these people, is not so enormous large as you imagine it to be. But also this I would not have done to them if I earlier would be thinking like now. By the way, I can tell you confidentially, although I am astonished about your pious and God-devoted wisdom, that it is a little strange of an all-good God, if he intervenes with the destinations of mankind, to let crawl such a large number of quite well-formed people around the earth like wild animals. An almighty God could least do so much that such people find a somewhat better lodging on this dear earth. For a thinking person, it is a little strange if he sees hundreds of thousands of otherwise quite well-formed people moving around in the highest degree untidy, hungry and naked, and with the best will of the world not be able to help them. Would it be a surprise, friend, if one starts to doubt the existence of an all-wise and extremely gentle God when seeing such people? And my former assertion against at least too serious property protection law might become in the end some validity when looking at so many wretched people. Now, friend, you have my responsibility and justification of the heaviest reproach you have made against me. Do now what you like, but never forget that a very world-wise Zarel is standing front of you with a tensed bow, despite the rags covering him now, and is not exceedingly afraid of any wisdom. But give me now better reasons for that everything what there is must be like it according to the wisdom of God. And with easier breathing, I will be very thankful to you. Because this you must recognize, just like I am, that on this earth, according to my human insight, there is a lot of unnecessary misery in this world, alongside the occurrence of too many well-off individuals. Why does one have everything, and 100,000s next to him nothing? In short, explain to me the misery of all the Zaganians in Asia Minor. Who are they? Where do they come from? And why must they endure such everlasting misery? '98. Sorel's lewd crimes. Says John, if you measure the true wisdom of God with the yardstick of a little woken-up mind, then you are right, not to be afraid of any wisdom. But since the true wisdom of God is never measured with the short yardstick of the mind, but like everything else out of God, with the yardstick of eternity and infinity, your mind will surely be a little too short. But let's leave it at that and return from where we have started. You told me from the good knowledge of the matter how badly it goes with the Zaganians in Asia Minor, and how wretched they are, and that it is quite a relief for their children, amongst others truly is, to be bought by the slave traders and sold somewhere else. Let's leave it at that. You bring up some sort of goodwill from your side, and 1/10 of it I grant you. But out of the chamber of your conscience, I still have something in the background, and this strange something nearly nullifies your 1/10 completely, so that in the end nothing than bad can be ascribed to you. I doubt whether your mind can award any righteousness to you. Tell me, regarding only yourself, with what do you justify the violation of girls executed by yourself? Aren't you also finding any sound reason, not against the divine law of Moses, but against the Roman state laws, which with strong punishment fights the violation of unripe girls? Did the immense fear and screams of pain of a little girl standing in the face of your great lust ever touched you? And did not 5, although in earlier times, otherwise well-formed girls died in the most miserable manner of this world, because they were most terribly violated by you? Your companion even indicated to you the money loss which resulted for you by that, because the 5 10 to 12-year-old girls could easily be sold for £500 of silver in Cairo because they were well formed. Indeed, the significant loss were hurting you, and therefore you quite often cursed your strong lecherousness. But you never cursed it because you became a blind murderer of 5 charming little girls. Now take all this together and tell me, how do you feel as a human being amongst humans? And if the yardstick of your mind can also here find a justifying reason for you. With that, as if you were an uncultivated, raw person of nature, who hardly can distinguish between bad and good, you cannot excuse yourself, since previously you have quite nicely showed me how unfortunately wretched the Zaganians live, and how such a neglect of a whole nation cannot be a particular honour for God the Lord, and his love and wisdom. Yes, you even asked me to tell you the divine reason for such wisdom, why God allows it that a big nation can live so very miserably. You therefore have quite a respectful sense of justice and a perfect knowledge of good and bad. Therefore, how could you handle those girls in such inhumane manner? Indeed, you have treated them according to your bad medical knowledge afterwards. However, you thereby harmed them even more than by your earlier lecherousness. Speak now, and justify yourself before God and the people. 99. Cyrenius is astonished at Zarel's crimes. At this point, our Zarel is completely beaten and cannot come up with anything which could save his honour. He seriously starts thinking what he could take from his mind's storeroom to justify himself. But everywhere he finds a barrier, and not even the smallest hole is showing anywhere so that he could escape. John admonishes him to speak and to make use of his tensed bow. But Zarel still doesn't want to open his mouth. But Cyrenius asks me, somewhat astonished about Zarel's wickedness, "Lord, what should be done in this case? This person, under all these circumstances, is exposed to the courts. Since our laws regarding the slave trade are allowing slaves, including their children, if they have any, to be sold to anyone. But children of free people, especially of the female sex, by severe punishment are not allowed to be brought to the market before reaching full 14 years. This is a crime. Further, everyone who wants to trade with slaves must have his own properly certified permission and must provide a significant collateral to the state for this permission, alongside a separate sizable annual taxation. With him and his companion, there is not the slightest sign of anything. Hence, they have conducted an unlawful trade, which again is a great crime against the existent laws, and under such aggravating circumstances, a 10-year imprisonment in a dungeon is placed as punishment. Added to this, there is a 5-fold, most unscrupulous violation, which was followed by death because of a too serious injury. This is again a criminal act, on which, under such aggravating circumstances, at least 15 years most heavy dungeon is placed, or even death. Still added to this are in the foreground all kinds of stealing, fraudulent behaviour, and an abundance of lies. Lord, you know my state duties and my oath on everything which is holy and dear to me. What should I do? With Mathael and his 4 companions, their total possession was a certain protection against my harsh duties as highest judge of the state. But here, nothing protects him from my duties as a judge. He is a perfect villain. Will I not be obliged to carry out my strict office? I said, understand, since I'm coincidentally the Lord here, and your oath at the bottom of all reasoning is only owed to me, and I can defer it for you how and when I want to. Meanwhile, only I have to determine in what order something must be done for the healing of a sick soul. Besides, you have sworn your oath to the gods, who forever do not exist, and since the protectors of your oath do not mean anything, also your oath will not mean anything. Therefore, your gods and your oath are equal to nil. Only as far as I am regarding your oath loyal sign, it is worth something. But as far as I'm regarding your oath as a nil, does it also not have the slightest validity before me? And at least for now, you are quite relieved from it. I say it to you, that the examination of this person is not finalized as yet. Something will appear which will seize you even more. This is truly a strange person, and you should know him better by now, because he revealed himself quite a lot already during his rapturous sleep, although somewhat more in general as what he has done now, especially during his first penitent stage. The current open revelation is of course more specific, because it must be more specific. But it mustn't appear to you indecently, since I allow it to take place, to show you a really totally ill soul, and finally also the medicine by which she possibly can be cured. I previously have told you how clumsy and silly it is to punish a bodily ill person with sticks and dungeon because he became ill. But how much more clumsy and silly will it be to punish a person bodily and morally with the deadliest slashes for the sake of his sick soul? Tell me, you, my friend Cyrenius, have you, in your zeal, already completely forgotten about such my teaching? Says Cyrenius, No, O Lord, and highest Master of eternity. But you know, from an old habit of mine, wherever a real villain appears, a little storm rises inside me. But you can see how fast I can be admonished and recognize my old silliness. I'm already looking forward to the further examination, which John seems to master quite well. But for this you need the wisdom of John and his inner discernment, led of course by your spirit. The nicest thing of all is that Sorel basically does not notice that something miraculous is taking place. Nevertheless, it should strike him that the wise John tells him so nicely his most serious mortal sins from all countries where he committed them, as if he had been everywhere and eye and ear witness. I said, just listen very carefully, since John will approach him again. Cyrenius is now full of attention again. But I instruct all present women and maidens to meanwhile withdraw to the tents, because the following hearing should only be conducted by ripe men. All the women, including Jara and the newly revived daughters of Cyrenius and Gamiella and Ida, went to the tents. "100. Zorel tries to justify himself. The curiosity of the women was quite big, but my word nevertheless was more powerful, and all went into the tents of Uran, where they had to stay for as long until called again. After the women were looked after in this manner, John said to Zorel, Now, how about triggering your tent's bow? It seems to me that you have wasted all your sharp arrows into the blue. Despite this, you earlier wanted to enter into a fight with the infinite wisdom of God. I say to you that you should talk if you still has something to say. Finally, Sorel says, What should I say? To you, the gods will know from where. Everything is anyway known what I have done from the cradle onwards. Why should I tell you anything further? I could still speak, but why should I continue to justify myself? As I was, and for the biggest part still am, I acted accordingly, because I could not act otherwise to what I have been in my soul. Can lions and tigers help it, that they are tearing beasts? This is their nature, and at the bottom of all reasoning they are not faulty, because they are what they are. If they are evil, then only he who created and made them like this is guilty. Why are there thousands of people who are more devout than lambs, and why not I? Did I then make myself to act in this way? If I really wanted to be bad, I could deny everything what you have told me out of your wisdom. Because sayings of wisdom of the individual never counts in front of a forum of a world court as evidence, as long as they are not confirmed by other statements of witnesses. But I recognize your wisdom and believe to perceive you as person who does not want to harm me, but wants only to help, and therefore confess as true everything you have stated about me. I do not deny the truth of everything in the least. But certainly I still am allowed to justify myself. You have, in any way, the free prerogative over me to report loudly what I have ever done according to my inclining nature. Because more than kill me for that you cannot do, and death I can courageously look into the hollow, dark eyes, and does not fear it. From that you can see that I'm not a fearful rabbit. If you still know some more terrifying spectacles of my life, just get them off your chest. Because for a long time already, nothing in this world can embarrass me any more. By the way, regarding the 5 maidens, you have burdened me with too much. If you accuse me of feeling only sorry for them because losing a sizable profit by their death, which in fact did not only occur because of a gentle violation, but because of the disintegration of a bad leprosy. I could even bring you a few credible witnesses who have heard that I most imploringly begged Zeus to save the maidens, and made an oath to the gods to keep the 5 maidens forever, if they could be cured and stayed alive. But when, after 30 days, all of them died, despite all my care, I became disconsolate, and once more took an oath not to touch any girls any more, and to stop slave trading. This I kept up to this hour. I have moved, therefore, to this place, and bought myself a piece of property. But by the fire I now lost everything that I ever acquired. You can speak now, whether I also have told the truth this time round.